This is the Big O Show. 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 This is the Big O Show.
Why is it that you get locked out in the worst moments of your life?
Where are my car keys? Man, I can't find my house keys.
In those frustrating moments, you need a locksmith you can count on. Lenny Locksmith. In South Florida, from Miami to Port St. Lucie. In Central Florida, Lenny locks it down in Orlando and Tampa Bay. Lockouts or lock changes for home or business. Car key replacements and programming all model cars. 24-hour service. Call them at 855-869-5625. Go to the website at alennylocksmith.com.
Sports Grill on Bird Road, Miami Lakes, and their newest location in Doral is now hiring. If you're looking to join a great company and South Florida institution, give them a ring or drop an email. Sports Grill is hiring all kinds of positions from hostess to servers, bartenders, or join the kitchen staff to craft some great food for their amazing customers. Please send your resume to m.cruz@sportsgrillmiami.com or call 305-219-5726. That's 305-219-5726. Sports Grill. Good food, good drink, good friends. Welton Rayom has more than 62 years of litigation experience handling insurance disputes. They're committed to resolving even the toughest insurance claims quickly. Call them for a free consultation. 954-966-4646. At Welton Rayom, they don't get paid unless you win. Property damage claims to your home, business, or condo as a result of a hurricane. Welton Rayom can help. Water, mold, fire, smoke damage, Welton Rayom can help. Call 954-966-4646.
Oh, great. You have a doorbell camera. Now you have a front row seat to your house getting robbed.
They're breaking into my house!
Ooh, there goes the TV. I'm sure it'll turn up at the pawn shop.
No, not the TV!
Just because you can see them, that doesn't mean you can stop them. With Slogans, you get 24-hour monitoring, a free home security system, and professional installation. Plus, free doorbell camera, one that'll actually work for you.
Get out of my house! Get out of the house!
Call 1-800-ALARM-ME.
There's no need to drive around South Florida wasting valuable time looking for a new or certified pre-owned Acura. Go to the #1 volume sales dealership in the Southeast United States. Craig Zinn's Acura of Pembroke Pines. Purchase with pace and space in a dealership tailored to your needs. From home buying to providing that personal touch. Contact the 2020 Satisfaction Award winner Craig Zinn's Acura of Pembroke Pines. 888-776-5123. That's 888-776-5123. Or visit them at 15601 Pines Boulevard in Pembroke Pines.
Welcome to Red Light Therapy, a revolutionary technology perfected by NASA to aid in muscle strengthening and recovery. Red and infrared light has the capacity to penetrate deep into the cell's mitochondria, potentially leading to increased energy, faster recovery, and the optimal performance your body demands. Train, fight, recover.
When you move, you need a reliable company led by passionate folks. eager to assist its customers during a transitional process that needs to be smooth. Call Essential Moving Experts at 844-368-5750 for all your local and long-distance moving needs. You can rely on Essential Moving Experts. Mention the Big O Show and get $150 off. Family owned and operated, they offer free 30-day storage, full-service moving, fully licensed, bonded, and insured. Moving was never so easy. EssentialMovingExperts.com. Statements or beliefs expressed on the following program by the host, guests, or callers are not necessarily the opinions of FantasyXS.com, Media Group Inc., ownership, management, sponsors, or website. When it comes to South Florida sports teams, very few in the media have witnessed, lived, and covered it like the Big O. Let's start the program dedicated to your favorite South Florida teams with a passion that's unmatched. The Big O Radio Show is on. Here's the Big O.
Welcome aboard on a beautiful Monday. How are you all doing? How are you all feeling? I'm feeling good. I'm feeling great. I can't complain. Let me make sure I turn off the audio on the damn iPad. Good morning, Sean Stanley. Good morning, Mr. C. As the C-Man steps in. Appreciate it all. I like the Cutter's Edge board. We do it all. It kind of sounds like our platform. We do it all. From football to football, right? And congratulations to Inter Miami over the weekend. It's a hell of a win against NYCFC. Hell of a win, and Pozuelo with 2 goals. So it's good weekend, right? I mean, you know, the Marlins got swept. All right, whatever. We kind of know what the Marlins are, unfortunately. It's kind of like the same thing we've been stuck with for many years, unfortunately. But overall, we can't really be disappointed with the Marlins because they're kind of doing what they're supposed to do. But Miami, as in the Dolphins, had a good weekend. For those of you that caught the post-game show, appreciate all of you tuning in on Saturday night. Had a hell of an audience, actually, for a preseason game on Saturday night. I was very, very impressed with the amount of people that tuned in. So thank you all out there. We normally don't do much during the preseason. Last year, Sean, did I ever do this after a preseason game? I don't even think so, right? I don't think I did any of this after a preseason game. So, yeah, so that's something maybe new. We'll do it again this Saturday. Although this Saturday, this is what I'm thinking of doing now. Okay? I'm thinking of going to the game this week, right? Because this one's home, right? Not next week, or the Philly one is also here too, right? The next 2 are home, right? If I'm correct, right? The Philly one might be a little tougher, but this one, I'm thinking, I think I go to the game and make the rounds and maybe hit some of the tailgating and get some direction from some of you guys. Where should I go to go hang out with some of my beloved Dolphin fans around the world that come to Hard Rock Stadium to hang out and tailgate? So I'm going to have to gather information this week because I'm going to make the rounds, the tailgating rounds, go to 2 or 3 spots, obviously. If they're close enough, then maybe I can go to several more. But if they're, you know, all over the place, obviously you want to stick around and meet some people and hang out. So I'm thinking of doing that and maybe watching a little bit of the game and then taking off in the second half. And, you know, so I could do the post-game show from the studio. and get that done. Maybe I'm thinking of doing something like something like that. Maybe I might do something like that. So you guys can start sending me info on the Welt and Rayom text line at 855-912-1056, on Twitter at Big O Show, Instagram Big O Radio Show. So if you got the tailgating spot, where do I go to go by and visit some folks? So we'll do some of that this week. I was thinking of, because I can't do it during the regular season. Hopefully during the regular season everything is settled and we're at a bar and we're doing our pre and post game in one place. And so trying to settle all of that now. So hopefully we'll get that done during the regular season. But this is one where I can actually get away with it. So we'll gather that information. We got a loaded show for you today. Ira Winderman is at 10:30. Alan Poupard at 11:30. And Marcel Louis-Jacques will be joining us at 12:30. So that is the program today, plus a whole bunch of other things. And over the weekend, right, Ethereum went over 2,000. Bitcoin went over 25,000. It went back down. Now it's like at 24, 2 or 3 or something like that. But obviously it's on a trend. Still don't understand this run, by the way. I just want you to know that I still don't understand this run. And maybe by the end of August, we'll find out, or if this is a fake pump or something. I took advantage of the dips as the lowest lows that they've been. So I'm not really in a buying zone right now myself. It's for people that haven't been in it. This is a really, it's a low price right now for people to get in on it. But it's just one of those where this is still baffling to me. I still don't, that this is why when anybody tells you that they can time the bottom or time the top, you never know. You never know. It's just one of those things. But we had a good weekend. Crypto is bouncing back a little bit. There's a little down right now, but it's not much. It's minor, and we'll see if the trend continues. I don't mind if it continues. I'm one of those, I'm hodling long-term. So long-term hodlers, we don't worry about the short-term volatility. We don't worry about that. It doesn't panic us. It doesn't freak us out. Any of the volatility, what we do, hodlers, is we take advantage of it. And when it goes down to the lows again, where we get to lower our overall number, then that's when we buy again, and then it takes off and you end up making more profits because you're holding long-term. You're not doing it for the next week or month or 2 months. You know what I mean? That's for rich people, man. Us hardworking stiffs, we can't be playing that rich man's game. We got to buy low, hold, wait, and then it'll grow. And then eventually it won't be as big as Tommy Lee's, but you hope it grows enough so you can make a couple of dollars. Does Tommy Lee does he just want to flash his rod just because he wants to make the rest of us look human? Just wondering. Just wondering. Ho Yoon, we love you, brother. Thank you. Making a donation there on Venmo at Cash Big O Show. Venmo or Cash App, Cash Big O Show is the address. Cash Big O Show if you want to make a donation, a Cash App or Venmo. Thank you, Ho Yoon. Very nice of you, man. Always, by the way, always locked in on the program, always donating and helping us grow. Appreciate you all out there. So anyway, a lot of things to talk about today on the program. This is not going to be a complete recap of the game on Saturday. We did that on Saturday if you missed it. So just in case, you will see it there. It's all there on our post-game show podcast. Pat in Asheville, he says, this coaching staff is very smart. They just spent Monday through Saturday in Tampa as a dress rehearsal for the West Coast trip, week 13, 14. Very good planning. Well, Pat, one of the things that I talked about in the post-game show that I was impressed with overall was the organization. There were a couple mistakes, of course, because you kind of expect that, but you saw a team that was overall pretty well prepared, and you saw a third string quarterback pretty prepared. He didn't go in there looking like he was lost. And let's get into a little bit of this, because I'm glad you kind of led me to this topic, because I wanted to talk about it, because I love what I saw. Obviously, I've liked this kid from the get-go when I saw him at camp. And glad to see Omar got on it this week. Remember, noticed how 2 weeks ago I go to Omar, hey, I like this guy. He's whatever. And now he's on it, right? But anyway, so it's one of those where this young man has got a lot of ability, and it's raw, but it's there. You can see it from the get-go. When I went to camp, I was like, whoa. It was like, man, this kid can make some throws that will wow you. You know what I'm saying? And he had a terrific performance. So this rolls into the Tua haters. And the Tua haters now are nervous. The Tua disbelievers are nervous. The Tua, I don't know what you want to call them, haters, disbelievers, non-believers. I don't know, whatever adjective you want to describe those people, because maybe they're not really haters. They're just non-believers. You know what I'm saying? Doubters, whatever you want to call them, right? Because sometimes hater is a strong word. It's not really, because like with Tua, can you really hate Tua? Can anybody really hate Tua? No. Can't hate Tua. You can't hate Tim Tebow. You can hate the fanaticism around Tebow from some people. You can't hate Tebow. It's impossible. You're going to hate Russell Wilson too. Right? You know what I'm saying? There's just some dudes that they're just too perfect. It's hard to hate them because they just handle everything the right way. You know what I'm saying? So there aren't Tua haters or disbelievers, whatever you want to call them, right? And on Pro Football Network, clearly they are the non-believers. Isn't that Beasley, I think, right? Isn't it Beasley that writes those articles? So it's the headline from the article from Beasley. It says, if McDaniel can make Skyler look this good, imagine what he could do with Tua. And again, the writer doesn't write the headline, but you can tell that the overall sentiment is the same coming from the platform overall, right? That whoever wrote the headline and whoever wrote the article, they're Tua disbelievers, okay? Not haters. I don't think Beasley has a hateful bone in his body. He's an easygoing guy overall, I think. So you look at it, right? But again, and they're getting a little nervous now. But I looked at that headline and I laughed, because I said, oh, so so Tua's been a screw up his whole life, and maybe McDaniel can save him. So I tweeted back to that headline, like, or maybe he'll look like he did at Alabama when he had a competent coach and a competent staff. Yeah, it's what I love is, oh wow, if he can make Skyler look good, well then yeah, he could save Tua. Tua doesn't need any fucking saving from anybody. Okay? For any of you idiots out there that think he needs some saving from some of you out there, that he needs this and he needs that, and oh my God, because he's a hell of a player. But he obviously needs people to help him like any quarterback. If you don't have competence around you, you're going to look terrible. Doesn't matter who you are. Archie Manning could not overcome the New Orleans Saints. It's just the way it is. Steve Young can't overcome the Tampa Bay Bucks. And sometimes you're a really good player and you're stuck in a terrible position. And that's what Tua is. Tua's a really good player that was stuck with garbage the last 2 years named Brian Flores. But when he was with Saban, who's a hard ass, but knows how to coach and knows how to get an offensive staff. And he looked absolutely fantastic at Alabama. So it's not that McDaniel will save Tua. It's that McDaniel will finally help Tua. Like any quarterback. Marino didn't get his title because you didn't help him. You didn't give him enough. You only gave him enough just to be competitive. You didn't give him enough to win it all. It's not Marino's fault. It's the people around him. Unfortunately, rest in peace, Shoes. We love you. But you didn't do enough to put things around Marino. So when I read that headline, oh, my God, if they could do this with Skyler, imagine what he can do with Tua. You know, it's what I've said for a while. Fix the line, fix the running game. Tua will be fine. Tua will be fine. He'll figure it all out. But that's all right. The haters or the disbelievers, they will use this as a crutch to save their ass. Well, no, you can't blame me. He wasn't healthy. Well, you can't blame me. He didn't have coaching. Oh, I'm sorry. So you couldn't see through that? So you had to slam the kid. So now you want to use it as an excuse for your terrible eyes. Well, that's not my fault. I'm sorry that you blame the player instead of looking at what was going around him. So I'm not giving you the break of, oh, no, now he's healthy. Oh, no, now he has coaching. Well, those were the elements that we were talking about that were missing. So, and that headline from Pro Football Network was absolutely beautiful. That was the quintessential example of why the Tua haters, disbelievers, whatever, are out there, a ton of them, and you're all about to be proven flat out wrong, and you'll come up with whatever excuse instead of just saying, I was wrong. I didn't read it right. Period. But I doubt very many will end up saying that. But that headline, when I saw it this weekend, I thought about it right away, and I said, this is it. This is the Tua haters right there. Trying to fix their narratives. What else? Let's see what we got here on the chat board. Steve Chapman in number 1. Yes, we talked about that on Saturday. They are going to keep 3 now because that's what this kid is doing. And let me tell you something. A little Skyler talk here, which is kind of interesting. And kudos to the front office, because the front office drafted Minkah Fitzpatrick, who's a terrific player. And he couldn't get along with his coach. So they had to trade him, and then went and found Javon Holland, which is just absolutely sick. So late in the draft, they find a Reed Sinnett. And the kid showed you a little moxie, remember? He looked pretty good. He looked like a nice little project as a third level quarterback that you want to. And I've talked about this over the years, that you should never stop drafting quarterbacks, because if they develop, you can actually trade them and use them as, trade chips and pieces. And you should always try to develop a young guy, because you never know what happens to your starter. God forbid. And they went and got Reed Sinnett, and the kid showed something, and he got grabbed. Just want to remind you, we do our homework here. Reed Sinnett is still on the Eagles roster. He's there battling with Gardner Minshew. It'll be interesting to see if the Eagles keep Jalen Hurts, Gardner Minshew, and Reed Sinnett. Reed, by the way, was 9 of 17 for 81 yards and a touchdown. Minshew was 8 of 12, 81 yards, no touchdown, did not lead them to a score. Will they keep 3? Will they keep Reed as the developmental guy? So the guy that they stole off of the Dolphins roster, the developmental guy, is still developing in Philadelphia. Whether he gets anywhere or not, or he just develops into a career backup, that would be successful, by the way. That would be very successful. But it also shows you that the front office has an eye for talent. And so, yeah, you're going to hit on X, and you're going to hit on Minka, and you're going to hit on Javon Holland, right? But you might miss on X. I mean, you might miss on Noah. But you'll find a Nick Needham off the street. You were trying to develop a Tua Williams off the street. See what I'm saying? So this is super important. You see a Tanner Connor coming off the street, a Sethan Carter coming off the street, a Darius Hodge coming off the street, a Seiler coming off the street. So all of a sudden, your front office, you know, that's what you look at with Skylar Thompson. And once again, other people around the NFL are going to go, those sons of bitches found another guy. Last year, it was Reed Sinnett, and they snatched him from the roster. This year, they won't expose this guy. And he has a better arm than Reed Sinnett. One of the things I loved about Reed Sinnett was his moxie, his awareness back there. He did take a couple sacks this weekend, but he overall has pretty good awareness in the pocket and craftiness back there to make plays, and he did lead him to a score. And you always want to be able to unearth behind the scenes. Yeah, you want to find them early in the draft. You want to find them late in the draft, but you want to find them post-draft. And that's what's going on too, okay? You're finding guys at the end of your draft. You're finding guys off the street. So your front office is turning over every rock, and not perfect, but overall pretty damn good. You know, and that draft that was much maligned a couple of years ago, well, Austin Jackson might be turning a corner, and Tua might be shutting people up. So maybe Noah's the only miss there. And this will be a very big week for Noah, because you've had your couple weeks of camp, and then now you had your week of playing against the team, and you haven't made the progress that you need to make. There's a couple flashes, but not enough. Not nearly enough. So now you've got to pick it up over the next couple weeks here, because obviously Tua Williams' injury is going to thrust you into the spotlight to see if you can come through. But I do want to tell you that when you look at overall the talent hunting going on for the team at all levels, they're succeeding at all levels. They're finding players at all levels, because all of a sudden now we're going, well, who's this Cameron Good guy? A 7th rounder? Wow. Hold on. So Skyler and Cameron Good at the back end of the draft. Damn, that's pretty good, dude. Not bad. Who's this Porter Gustin guy? Who's this Darius Hodge guy? Start seeing some of these cats. And again, I talked about this on Saturday, how the summer league has become a thing for us as basketball fans and Heat fans, because we're intrigued that the Heat always find a dude. Well, guess what? Chris Greer, Marvin Allen, and Reggie McKenzie, those guys are finding dudes. And this is what Skyler's all about. This time, don't let him go. All right? Let's hope so. But nice developmental stuff going on. I don't know if Skyler gets anywhere. I don't know if Reed Sinnett gets anywhere. But I do know this. Reed Sinnett is still in the league, still on a roster, still playing. Another team stole him and has kept him and still trying to develop him. Now Miami has another kid, and you just don't know where it goes. But this time, there will be no placing on the waiver wire, because you will lose him just like you lost this other kid. So good stuff in development by the front office from top to bottom and at all levels. It's pretty freaking cool to see. 855-912-1056. That's 855-912-1056 if you want to get in on the Welt and Rayom text line. By the way, Perdomo Cigars is a proud sponsor of our program, and we love Nick and all the great people out there, Billy Perdomo, Nick Jr., just some great people. They've been sponsors of ours for many years now. And check out the offices and the factory at 5150 Northwest 167th Street, folks. Go out there and check out the full line of cigars. They've got a big, giant, beautiful humidor. You can actually grab a Perdomo cigar right there and sit in the lounge and relax and enjoy the smoke. They got a ginormous leather couch there. I swear like 30 people fit on that couch. That's how long and how big that couch is. Big, beautiful television all set up inside. And Nick Perdomo is there all the time. So if he's not traveling, you might run into the superstar. You might be able to take a picture with him. And check out an Estate Selección vintage, man. Whether it's Connecticut, sun-grown, Maduro, 92 from Cigar Journal on the Connecticut side, 94 on the Maduro side. Nick Jr. gave me a double-aged 12-year vintage the other day because I'd never tried it. And it was just through the roof, dude. Medium to full body, the Maduro. It was out of control, man. I love it. The 20th anniversary, by the way, is a great cigar. The 10th anniversary, the Lot 23. I mean, there's so many great Perdomo cigars. Check it out. Go to that humidor, buy your favorite, or go to your nearest cigar shop and ask for it by name, Perdomo Cigars. Go to the website, find out a little bit more about the cigars. Go to perdomocigars.com. But if you do live in the South Florida area and you've driven by the factory and you think, oh, I can't go in there, that's only employees. No, man, they've got a retail store in there with all kinds of hats and lighters and cutters and shirts and all kinds of stuff. And then a ginormous humidor with every Perdomo cigar out there. 5150 Northwest 167th Street. It's Perdomo Cigars. It's a beautiful thing. All right. So we got Ira coming up at 10:30. We got Alan Poupard joining us at 11:30. Marcel Louis Jacques will join us at 12:30. We'll give you our liquor split matchup of the night later on in the program. Marlins got swept over the weekend. Unfortunately, we did not win our liquor split matchup of the night on Friday. So we're now 26-12-1 against the spread in our last 39 selections. 26-12-1. So we are smoking hot right now with our liquor split matchups of the night. So we'll give you our pick between the Padres and the Marlins later on the program. Still got some stuff I want to talk about on the UM side. Got some thoughts on the Inter Miami stuff. I want to bounce around the NFL, some of the stuff that went on. I got some music notes also I want to get to. I got a very interesting KSDT CPA sports business report. I mean, there's a lot of things to talk about on the show. It's a beautiful thing. All right. You know, what we got to do now is maybe let's get into a little basketball talk. Ira Winderman and our Acura of Pembroke Pines, Miami Heat, and NBA report right now.
Heat fans, time for the best insight of your favorite team with insider Ira Winderman, exclusively on the Big O Radio Show. It's the Acura of Pembroke Pines, Miami Heat and NBA report. Here's Ira Winderman.
Friday, there he is. Ira, how are you feeling this morning, my friend? You feeling good?
I am doing good. I'm about 90 minutes away from a Udonis Haslem press conference up here at Nova Southeastern University. He's going to announce some grants his foundation is giving out, and we're going to ask him questions he probably doesn't want to answer right away. So it probably will be somewhat of a newsworthy day for the Miami Heat a little later. We'll talk about it again Wednesday on our Red Recover Inside the Paint show. But you know, that's sort of what the Heat are waiting for. Are you or aren't you? Even I think, Big O, you would agree, the whole world believes he's coming back because there's something magic about that number 20 season to play 2 decades, same team in the NBA.
Oh yeah, no doubt. He's going to be back unless there's a development of some young pieces. And in the end, I think there'll be a trade, so there'll be lesser players on this roster. So I think it won't be that bad of a deal when it's all said and done, because eventually they will make a move and they'll probably have to give up multiple pieces in order to acquire any one piece. So there'll be spots available. So I don't think it's going to be nearly as tight as it has been in the past. What I will say that Udonis Haslem has never done, but KD has, is he's ruined the game. That's exactly it. He's having fun on social media. He is back. As Agenda on Twitter goes to him, without a doubt, Kevin Durant, your legacy, dog, left the game in worse shape than you found it. Shaking my head. And so he makes an appearance and he says, I #ruined the game. He's back, Ira.
Yeah, you know what? Again, there was also another post, which I know you can't put up because he deleted, talking about whether he's just going to get off social media and get rid of his Twitter account, which he would have been better off. Because I think, again, he responds to people on Twitter that don't even have the check mark. You know, it used to be you'd have an egg next to your name. You didn't have a picture there. So think about the depths. I mean, and you do the same thing, Big O. You go through your Twitter, you see someone, you probably click on his profile. Is this guy worth responding to or not? And you look and the guy has 4 followers or something like that. That's the difference. And Kevin Durant lets it get so personal that I think, number one, that's part of his problem. And number two, no, he hasn't ruined the game. And he hasn't ruined the game for this reason. There have been so many NBA players who have forced their way out and gone elsewhere, right? Shaquille O'Neal forced his way out.
Yeah.
Shaquille
Shaq was all over the place.
Forced his way out from Kobe to come here. Hey, Kevin Garnett was no saint. He realized he was going nowhere in Minnesota, got his way to Boston. Kevin McHale, of course, helped him out, won a championship in Boston, realized the Celtics were rebuilding, forced his way over to go to Brooklyn for what ultimately didn't work. This league is replete with players who have won championships much because of their own doing. Look, Jimmy Butler did it in Chicago to a degree with Fred Hoiberg, certainly in Minnesota, and then obviously free agency is different than forcing your way out, but did the same thing. You could even look at Kyle Lowry and saying he didn't want to stay for the makeover or the rebuild. So we went to Masai Ujiri and said, hey, get me to a contender. That's what this league is about. It's different than in a lot of other sports, but it's whether you say LeBron started it and the big three started it, that's where the NBA is right now.
But see, here's where Kevin becomes different than everyone else. One, he's the latest, so social media is at its biggest.
Sure.
Here's another example. Whenever you want to slice it, the move to Golden State was a sucker move to a majority of competitive sports fans. The equivalent would have been MJ joining the Pistons after the 90s playoffs. Unfortunately, you will never live that one down. And then he answers back, so I'm MJ now. That's not a bad comparison. Thank you. And that's the problem now. He is also responding to the criticism. Yes. He fuels the fire. Unlike when Shaq was moving all over the place, one, he wasn't really going back and forth on Twitter. It wasn't nearly as powerful as it is now, social media. And so he's in the middle of this storm, yet he's also the driving force of the storm. Instead of just, Tua has his detractors, right? But he never responds to anybody. So
very private,
it either lives or it dies on its own. He's not the one that's like putting gas on the fire. And I think that's the problem with Durant. The difference is we've seen burner accounts and everything. This is a different superstar than we've ever seen. This is a publicly ultra sensitive superstar. And that's something that's actually very dangerous for him. And that's why this whole thing has been fueled so badly.
But Big O, I want to take you to something because I heard you before the rejoin talking about you're going to talk about soccer and other things later. I actually was at the Inter-Miami game on Saturday. But as someone like you who follows soccer, it is very typical for players to chase better situations. A player will leave a team because he wants to play in the Champions League and he'll move on from a second-tier team. A player will leave a team when they are relegated because he wants to contend for something. I think it was Aronson from the USA national team went to Leeds United only after they avoided relegation last season from the Premiership, and they stayed up there. So when it comes to things like soccer and the biggest sport of all, this happens all the time. This happens, we've seen it with Neymar and so many other players. They want to be in a better place. If this was a soccer situation, no one would say anything. This is the beautiful game, the biggest sport.
Yeah, but Cristiano Ronaldo
Durant,
or Messi or Neymar aren't going back and forth on Twitter with fans on this. That's the problem. That's the difference.
And that's
they're not taking this personal, even though you're always going to piss some group off because you're leaving their effing team, dude, or you chose not to sign with their team or whatever it is. So in the process, you're going to piss people off. You can't be responding to them all the time.
And I can't tell you how many times I've spoken to Heat people right to the highest level, and they just wish their players would drop social media. Because instead, you have people on the Heat who have to scour everywhere, Instagram, TikTok, and everything, to try to sort of get a read on the next exploding time bomb. And these players, they just think that they have to go in this direction, and it's just sort of sad, to have to monitor all this extra stuff and to have to be that insecure. That's the one thing I don't understand, Big O, is the insecurity of these players. Kevin Durant has it all. Who cares what Joe B. Nobody at Twitter.com is saying? Who gives a crap? Matter of fact, Big O, I'm going to take it further. You have a very large Twitter account. You usually go back, you read your mentions. You're very good at interacting. But at some point, you'll just go down, scroll, and go troll, troll, troll.
Right.
I'm not going to give this guy the time of day. Omar Kelly's been a little different than me in that he responds to everyone. He gets himself into some kerfuffles. I try to stay out of that. God bless Omar and his next venture. So that's the thing is you have to sort of be a professional when it comes to your social media also. That's the thing I don't get. NBA players before every season meet with a media specialist. They go over things, the do's, the don'ts, the posts, the don't post. Michael Beasley, work out all you want. Don't put a big bag of weed next to you in the photograph. It's probably going to lead to some problems. Michael Beasley once told me he was going to delete his Twitter account because he didn't have enough followers. Who the hell gives a rat's ass when people are paying you millions of dollars a year? But it just shows one thing to all the listeners here at the Big O Show and the Acura Pembroke Pines Report and out there. These guys share a lot of the same insecurities that we do, even with the money, even with the fame. And no one has shown that more recently than Kevin Durant.
Yeah. No, it's just an odd deal going on with Kevin. All right. I'm looking at this story, and it's an interesting story, but it's something that it's going to lead me to ask you what are we like in Vegas? The NBA is going to be probably the last sport to walk into Vegas when, baffling to me, I thought it would have been the first because I'm watching the Summer League, how it explodes every year and it gets loaded and the vibe and all. And plus Vegas as a city, it's grown enough to maybe support a thing like basketball. And it hasn't happened. Well, now I'm looking at this and I'm going, is this going to happen to me again? The National Basketball Association is continuing its international expansion efforts by opening an NBA park in Brazil November, which will represent the league's largest fan destination in the world, operated by a local theme park, Nacional Parque Basquete Brasil, the three-store, 4,000-plus square meter state-of-the-art entertainment center in Gramado, Rio Grande do Sul, will include virtual reality experiences, an NBA store, NBA-themed restaurant, photo opportunities, yada, 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 more. All right. So I'm hearing that, the NFL eventually might be thinking of that European expansion, which I think makes a lot of sense, that they put 2 or more teams in Europe, not one. I say you got to put 2 so you can have a practice facility out there and teams can go out there for a couple of weeks and play both teams and then come back and all that kind of stuff. But I'm thinking, what the hell's going on here? When is the NBA going to go international? Because if there's a sport that is primed for international play, and it's also maybe get some of the deadbeat cities that may be carrying an NBA team, You can maybe move them or something. When is the NBA going to expand internationally? Because I think that's the next frontier, and that's the next frontier of producing even more revenue for this league, because this is the league that has more international players outside of baseball, pretty much.
I don't think they will expand internationally for this reason, and you sort of answered it there in your NFL comparison. When you play a sport once a week, it's easier to build in that level of travel and handle it that way because you have the whole week to travel and get ready and acclimate. You make long trips now, Miami to Seattle, something like that, with transportation to Europe, not that much longer of a flight. But in the NBA, where you're playing 4 games a week, it's really hard to build a schedule where this week they'll only play 1 game because they're doing the Brazil trip. The NBA has been very good about setting up markets with exhibition games, with regular season games, with visits to make it special. I would think.
What about a European division? That way you kind of go out there.
I don't think. You know what? It's hard enough to get the players to agree to play in Toronto. In a free agency league, a little different than the NFL. In a free agency league, I think you can have trouble convincing players, especially older players with children in school and things like that, to go overseas and play there. It's been very hard to get them in Europe. And the NBA had an initiative where they wanted to try Mexico. And if you remember, they put a G League team in there. Then COVID came. They played all their games in the States. The Heat are playing December 17th, a regular season game against the Spurs in Mexico City. The schedule will be announced later this week. They have that. I think the NBA is very smart. I think what they could do is this, Big O. You know how Adam Silver's been talking about a midseason cup, about having some sort of trophy like we see, the FA Cup and the Premiership and things like that?
Sure.
I could see him doing this, building it up in Brazil or somewhere like that, and saying the Final Four of Copa NBA will be played in Brazil this season. So you can build it up. You can have an interest. Only 4 teams would be involved in that trip. It would come during a natural break in the schedule for the NBA Cup anyway. I think that's where Adam Silver's going. You could do the same thing in Europe. You could play a cup schedule, and for 2 weeks in January, your Final Four are going to Paris or to London or to Germany or somewhere, Spain, and play your games there. As far as the NBA goes, though, I do think when you mention Vegas, I don't think it's a matter of coming in last. I think it's something else. Orlando, you're old enough to remember this. Remember when spring training in Florida was a big deal? It was everything.
Yeah, man.
You were up in Fort Lauderdale. You were in Melbourne.
Me and my dad would scramble to get down to Miami Baseball Stadium to buy our Phillies Orioles, because I was a Schmidt guy and my team was the
Maduro
Phillies.
Stadium, right?
Yeah, and then his was the Yankees. So we would buy any of the Phillies and Yankees games at the Orioles, and then we go up to the Yankees, and then we'd get whatever the Phillies would go there.
And you have all your teams. And then what happened was a team arrived in Miami. They're still here for people who don't know. There is a Miami baseball team. And the team went to Tampa and had really good success there. That's where the other half of spring training was. And spring training has never quite been the same. People are saying, you know what? I could see nobody play in the B team in St. Lucie, or I can go see a major league game 2, 3, 4 weeks from now.
And interleague play has also ruined it too.
And yeah, you have that to a degree. So what
we didn't remember you and I grew up with, the National League and the American League never played. So when you saw them just in spring training,
that was the only chance you got.
It was a treat. You know what I'm saying?
The only Orioles visit down here would be in Miami. The only Yankees visit down here would be in Fort Lauderdale. You're right. I'm not so sure the NBA wants to kill the golden goose yet. You were out at Summer League this year. You're talking about hundreds of thousands of fans over a 2-week thing. And I think the NBA has the golden goose there. And I could see the NBA going a little bit more to this. San Antonio's doing it this season. San Antonio Spurs asked the NBA, can we play some games in Austin, Texas, please? Can we play some games again downtown at the Alamo Dome? Can we play some games in Monterrey and Mexico City to expand our base? I think it's very smart. In a sport where you play 41 home games, to take 5 games off every team's schedule and have a satellite home.
In their case, not everybody has that luxury or that kind of a base. Yeah,
I could see a Lakers or a Clippers or even a Jazz or someone doing 5 Vegas home dates. We used to see that. The Jazz used to play some games down there also.
But not in Tijuana, right? Because we're having some issues in Tijuana.
Yeah, I'll stay away from the border state or someone there. So I could see the NBA saying, you know what? We're going to have 30, maybe 32. They do expand, but let's have some satellite markets also. I think baseball should go in that direction. We've seen teams for a while do that. Remember the Marlins played games in Puerto Rico and they expanded a little. I think it's really tough in baseball to force 41 home games on a season ticket plan, and even in basketball to force 41 home games for their fans. I think that's the direction to go. Then you could set up a Brazil trip for a team that
I was thinking
Hawks
of a
don't draw well.
Paris. I was thinking of a Paris, Berlin, London, Barcelona type of division.
And you know what?
You're not far from each other there in travel and everything.
Sure. And just like Fort Lauderdale is the Naples of Florida or something like that, you could have your satellite city and the Heat will play 5 games in their satellite city. I think that's the way to go. Then you open broadcast rights in those cities also. You can market in those cities. You can have team stores in those cities. But when I look at Vegas and how gold the goose is right there for the NBA, I'm not sure you want to in the short term do that. We know there, at least in the David Stern era, there was a feeling if a city lost a team unjustly, he would make good for them. He did that to Charlotte when they came back as the expansion Bobcats and they took the Hornets name back. Seattle's always had that feeling. And Portland's been so isolated in the Northwest. Once the Vancouver Grizzlies moved to Memphis, Seattle makes all the sense in the world. So I could see another Western city or two in expansion if the NBA teams are willing to give up 1/32nd of the cut instead of 1/30th right now with the new TV deals. But this league has more money than it knows what to do with. It's in great financial hands with Adam Silver. So I do think you'll be seeing more out-of-market games and definitely 2 expansion teams added at some point.
All right. Finally, I guess, do the people in the NBA know something that we don't, that the Heat and Riley aren't going to land any kind of whale or anything? Because Christmas Day has come and Christmas Day has gone, and the Miami Heat are not included. It's Bucks, Celtics, Sixers, Knicks, Suns, Nuggets, Lakers, Mavs, Grizz, Warriors. No Miami Heat. How should we look at it, Ira, as you enjoy the day off?
The NBA looks at the Miami Heat as a milquetoast, non-sexy team, even though it's in the NBA's sexiest market. And Big O, I've had a chance to see some of the schedule, and it's going to come out probably on Wednesday. When you see the lack of national broadcasts for the Miami Heat, you are going to be blown away. And it's interesting. When I spoke to Kurt Heelan last week on our Ready to Recover Inside the Paint show at 9 a.m. on Wednesdays, he said, no, you'll see plenty of Heat. And they should. This team has been in the Eastern Conference Finals 2 of the last 3 years, has been to within one shot of the NBA Finals this year, but they're not viewed as sexy. Jimmy Butler is viewed as a grunt-like workman player. Bam Adebayo, a grunt-like workman player. Kyle Lowry is a veteran with a lot of junk in the trunk, but not necessarily a sexy product out there. And you know what, Big O? As much as it might bother Heat Nation not to have the national broadcast, there is no team that thrives more with a chip on its shoulder than Eric Spoelstra and Pat Riley's team down here. This will be unbelievable fuel as we watch. The maximum is 20. As we watch 20 Knicks national broadcasts every year and go, do people really find Julius Randle that fascinating? It's about the market size. It's about the sexy teams or not. And you're going to see so much Lakers when I get home from Heat games on the late night broadcast. It just is what it is. But in the NBA's view, the Heat are just a non-sexy product. And I do think that's absurd.
All right. One more thing. All right. So you gave us a little nugget there. You dropped a little nugget that the Heat aren't going to be a lot on national television. Is there any truth that Kyle Lowry will come out to the music of Sir Mix-a-Lot and Baby's Got Back?
You know what? I don't care if he does. I learned what urban slang thick meant when I heard him with Vince Carter. I don't give a rat's butt what Kyle Lowry looks like. I care what he looks like on the court and how he plays. And you know what? When you might say Baby Got Back, whatever, or I like big butts and I ain't gonna lie. If he does what Tim Hardaway did with Tim Hardaway's big butt and gets himself into the freaking Hall of Fame and his Heat number retired, I have no issue with appearances. I covered the Gators back. You don't even remember the days. They used to have a player called Demeet Hook, Demetrius Hill. Big old guy, got him to the NCAA tournament. I don't care what a player looks like off the court. I care what he produces on the court. And I do think that Kyle Lowry is fed up with how he was portrayed last season, is angry, downright angry at Pat Riley for the way he called him out, and I think he will come back with a vengeance. We don't know about his personal problem, how much that'll take him off the court.
Well,
we all deal with that, and that's a shame. But I think he'll be motivated. I think between the schedule, between Pat Riley and Eric Spoelstra calling out Lowry, but because of the way the season ended last season, because of Bam not getting his all-defensive player of the year respect and things like that, yeah, this team's going to have a lot of chip on shoulder. I think we'll come out with a lot of good fodder during training camp coming into the season with this team.
And 30 million more reasons why he should be motivated. All right, what are you working on there in the Sun Sentinel so folks can check you out?
Look, I'm going to ask Udonis Haslem, coming back for another season today at noon at Nova.
Come on, old man. Are you coming back for 20 or what?
And you know what? And really, he needs to say something for this reason, or else you can sign another power forward. You can bring Markieff Morris back. You can add another body. Right now, if Udonis Haslem comes back, there will be $200,000 below the luxury tax line. They won't have room for another player. It's almost not fair to another player if he's not coming back, not to say it, where you could make a move where he could bring in one of the prospects you saw out with the team in Vegas, and instead of an Exhibit 10 contract, give him a standard contract. Let Hayward Highsmith know, hey, the minutes are there for the taking for you at power forward. So look, exactly 1 year ago today, and I checked this, on August 15th, 2021, the Miami Heat announced that Udonis Haslem was coming back for a 19th season. 1 year later, it would be nice to hear that. Just to clarify that, I'll be posting a story later at sunsentinel.com and on your doorstep whenever they decide to deliver it on Tuesday morning when I talk to Udonis later.
Yeah, and on Wednesday, you're going to be on the redrecover.com Inside the Paint show with Kurt Heelan. When you see Udonis Haslem, all right, tell him, I've been, the natural yarmulke. I'm trying to fill it in here with my Red Recover hat. Well, he's got these patches all over the place. Tell him I got a Red Recover hat that might help him out there to fill in those patches. I know he's trying to hang on. I can feel it. I can relate. So just tell him that I have a Red Recover hat that maybe might fill in those patches.
Hey, I'll take a picture of him with my red filter and just let him know he looks good in red. So we'll do what we can, Big O.
All right, Ira. Thank you, my brother. Appreciate
Talk to you guys
there
Wednesday,
you go.
And Friday, and another Acura Pembroke Pines report. Thanks, Big O.
Thank you, sir. That's Ira Winderman right there, baby, on our Acura Pembroke Pines Miami Heat and NBA report.
You've been listening to the Acura of Pembroke Pines Miami Heat and NBA report with Ira Winderman. When you're looking for award-winning service and great deals from the #1 volume Acura sales dealership in the Southeast United States, you go to Craig's Inn Acura of Pembroke Pines at 15601 Pines Boulevard in Pembroke Pines.
All right. We thank Ira as always. Seriously, UD, I don't have the Red Recover hat up here with me, but I can, it might help out. Maybe, you never know. And for those of you that don't know, redrecover.com, proud sponsor of our show. But I've been using the hat to grow back my hair, see, it's growing back. It's growing back, and there's little baby hairs too, and longer hairs and all that. And I showed you guys how bald this was. But anyway, so redrecover.com, go to there, and it's great for pain. So if you got neck and shoulder, back pain, knees, ankles, elbows, tennis elbow, it's great to use before and after your workouts for the natural soreness, helps in the healing, and to optimize your performance. redrecover.com, folks. Go check out the video blogs. Go read the blogs out there. redrecover.com, and use my code Big O. You will get 10% off also. And, I was having fun with UD, but it is helping me, and it might be able to help you. Now, remember, if your hair, if you've been bald for years and years, it's been dead for years and years, it may be, it may not be able to revitalize it, because as I always show you, see, this here has been dead for a long, long time, and it hasn't been revitalized. This was recent, so I was able to save some of it, and it's been pretty cool that it's cleaning up there and it's filling in, which is actually really nice. overall. So go to redrecover.com, but it's great for pain. My wife uses it for her knees. Sean has bone on bone, so his knee's really messed up, and it alleviates that pain, which it's hard to alleviate that pain right there. Okay. So we shall see. Thank you, Angie Squad. Says, God, I truly hope you're right about Tua. Well, so am I, because we need to be right about Tua. There. We need to be right about Tua because I want a quarterback finally. More than anything else, okay? Not just because Tua's a fantastic young man, not because he was the 5th pick in the draft, or it's because, man, aren't we all tired? We're all tired of one quarterback after another. We need to settle down, man. You know, it's like the Miami Dolphins are the Wilt Chamberlain of quarterbacks. You know, Wilt Chamberlain banged like 10,000 women, right? He had a longer conga line than Gloria Stefan. Well, the Miami Heat now is developing a longer line of quarterbacks than Wilt Chamberlain banged babes. And we got to stop this already. This is quarterback number 746 after Dan Marino has retired. Enough already. I need a quarterback to stick and stay. So please, Tua, work out, man. More than anything else, I'm just tired of waiting for the next guy and the next guy and the next guy and the next guy. I don't know about you, Dolphin fans, but I'm tired. I want to see a guy stick and stay for a long time. I want some kids to grow up with a guy for the next 10 to 15 years. I love seeing the number 13 walk in and out of that stadium. I loved watching it at practice the last couple of weeks, right? Danny is the greatest of all time in my eyes, and nobody's ever going to change my mind on that. But, we need another guy, man. We need another hero. You know, the franchise needs it. It needs it for identity purposes. It needs it for respectability. It needs it badly for every other reason. So that's more than anything else. We need a quarterback to stick, and let's hope Tua is the guy. So that way, things can change around here for a while, and things can get better. It's tough, man. It sucks to continually have to wait for the next guy. Mob says, I saw Mike Schmidt hit a baseball over 500 feet at Reading, Pennsylvania, where the AA Phillies play. The ball went out of the park over the highway, and it struck a parked car, cracking the side window. That's my boy. That's my boy. That's my boy. Right there. Right that dollar there. Kind of. I don't know. It doesn't focus. That's a badass little figure there. Action figure, whatever you want to call it, of Schmidt. Was that Ray? Ray, did you give me that? Was that Ray or was that... Oh, God. I should write all these things down. Forgot which is the one. If you're watching now, tell me who gave this to me. Was it you, Ray Grullon? I don't know if it was Ray. I don't know why I don't think it was Ray. I forgot now. But anyway, there you go. But Mike was the man. Alex says, I'm so tired of my Heat being disrespected. We've been a top 3 franchise over the last 2 decades, and we get treated like the kings. Yeah, it's a blue-collar team, man. Even though Jimmy plays like a superstar, not considered the offensive superstar you need that, entertains. Big O, the Dolphins worked on Mackenzie Alexander. I'm sure there'll be more CBs coming to town. Depth is now a concern. Yeah, it's I'm sure they'll figure that out. But remember, the guy I was thinking about this. You're probably going to benefit more from getting a young guy off of somebody else's roster that gets cut. You know what I'm saying? Dougie Fresh says, "Oh, at the start of the NFL season, I miss giving Bill a hard time about his favorite team. You know, the Bears, Rams, Bucks, Chargers, Niners. Bill, yeah, 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 yeah. I was thinking about Bill yesterday, man. Yeah, miss him every day, man. Kills me every day that he's not around. He should be like sitting right there." John Rouse. "Oh, even if you're wrong about Tua, we have hope with Skyler. Time will tell if they don't put him on the practice squad and we lose him." No, they will not put him on the practice squad. He continues like this, you have no choice. You have to keep him on the 53. They already lost their guy last year. So that's why. Jay says Will Chamberlain was the GOAT, greater than an MJ or LBJ. A lot of people will tell you that. I can never argue with somebody who wants to tell me Wilt or they want to tell me Kareem Abdul-Jabbar. It's a subjective thing. GP Trap says I believe in Tua. And David says I'll take Bill Russell. Another one. Big O, I was very impressed with Ben Still. Dude looks like a find. You know, it's these guys, man. You always got to pay attention all the way through that roster because there's going to be a few guys that are going to catch our eye and we'll make this roster now. You can tell that they're pretty good. Big O, the Guardian of the Galaxy's ride at Epcot is wild, a must ride. I haven't been to Epcot in a few years, prior pandemic. I can't wait to go back to Epcot. It's my favorite place. I love Disney. And I love Animal Kingdom, and I love the Hollywood Studios now, right? Or MGM, whatever. It used to be called MGM. Now it's called what? Hollywood Studios. I love the entire place, okay? What's that called? Where the Downtown Disney, whatever it's called now. So they changed the damn names, and now you're asking me to readjust, and now I got to remember, like, the new name or whatever. Yes.
It's now Disney Springs.
There you go. There you go. Figures. The hoi polloi chimes in. Mr. Disney Springs himself right there. So I love the place. I mean, I can go there every week. You know what I mean? Seriously, I'm not joking. I'm a total Disney person. Love it. And my favorite thing to do is stay at the Polynesian and hang out for a few days and just, walk around and enjoy. I love it. The Polynesian is my favorite hotel in the world. Okay. There's a crap ton of hotels that are better and nicer and more whatever, but I just love the Polynesian. I just love the vibe. I love staying there. It's just my favorite place. My wife's a teacher. They don't do this anymore, but they used to give teachers breaks in the summer. And they'd give them it's hard to afford the regular rate because I'm a working stiff. But they would give you like a break, like it was like 50% off or something. And 50% off was still kind of expensive for us, but we would be able to at least to afford it. And we would go up there every year and stay for 4, 5, 6 days at the Polynesian. And man, for me, that is heaven. I love the Polynesian, man. So I am looking forward to going back to Disney and specifically Epcot. And I've got a good relationship with those folks over there at Disney, so I can actually do my show out there at the ESPN Club or something like that. So I won't even I won't even miss it. There's a Jared Nichols on the text that says faith in Tua. I like Jared. Is it Jared J. Nichols, the guitarist? He's a good guitarist, man. Blues guy. Really good. If you want to look it up. What else do we have here? Big O, Skylar Thompson seems like a poor man's Josh Allen. Big O, do you collect any sports cards? My bet is that you do. Yes, I do have sports cards. Yes, I do, sir. I do have a few of them. I even have a rookie card. So, there you go. Are any of you on a card? See, I've got my own card. It says Charles Barkley and David Robinson on it, you know, like it's actually a I believe it's a David Robinson card from the Miami Arena and the All-Star game. And he's elevating. I think I've shown you guys this card. Do I have that card here still? I don't know if I have it here. Do I? No, I don't think I have it here. No, I don't. But I do have a didn't you find a picture or something like that? I think you did. We did that already, Sean, once before. But it's there. We've got our own rookie card. And if you go look at Topps, the All-Star cards from Miami, 1990, 1989 or something like that. And whatever it is, Topps All-Star cards, Miami, and the David Robinson card that he's shooting up in the air, and Barkley is up in the air with him at the same time, at the same elevation, which is pretty impressive for Barkley. I'm in that picture. Actually, if you look through the shot, I'm sitting there with my my Heat jersey, and my wife, then girlfriend, was with me there at that time. Big O, do you think the game plan last Saturday was to see Skyler, and do you see the same plan for last game of the season showcase? Yes, I would expect in the last one you'll see all of it for him. Definitely. Pat in Asheville says the Yacht Club is the best Disney hotel if you want the greatest pool for kids. Yes, I've been to the Yacht Club many times. Many times. I've stayed at the Yacht Club there on the Disney Boardwalk several times. Great hotel. Monster hotel. Much more modern. I love it. And Dougie Fresh says, I don't like Jared from Subway. Yeah, no, who would? Who would? You're there with your wifey? Yep. Then girlfriend, but yes. Yes. My wife and I went the first 4 years to Heat games. We were season ticket holders before I got into the business. Then I got into the business, and then it's over. And I haven't had season tickets since. Big O, what do you think about Josh Boyer's defensive play calling? Well, why don't we wait till the regular season until he's actually doing something? So we'll find out. At the moment, there's no play calling or anything to worry about in the preseason, my man. Coaching is not the only coaching. You know what? The only coaching, I talked about it on Saturday. The only coaching I measured with the Dolphins was the structure of the team. That overall, they played a clean game. They didn't make like a ton of mistakes. They didn't look like they were unprepared. There weren't a bunch of calls like too many men on the field or too long to get a play in, and they ran on the game clock or whatever. There wasn't like a whole bunch of mistakes that you were like, wow, this team's not prepared. They were prepared. And that to me, that's what it's not about what offensive or defensive plays you called, or because none of that, most of that is pretty vanilla. It's more about that the team was prepared. That's what really, that's what really stood out to me. All right, let's take a break. Hour number 1 is done. Sean Stanley masters this program every single day. The C-Man is also in the studios getting it done. Let's take a break. Back with more right here. Hour number 2 on the Big O Radio Show.
The Big O Radio Show is looking for partners to join our growing platform. If your business is ready to reach an audience that starts in Florida, crosses the nation while expanding internationally, this is the program that provides that vehicle. The Big O Radio Show is ready to broadcast live anywhere in the world to represent your event or product. To reach out by phone, 786-754-4664. That's 786-754-4664. Or email bigoRadioshow@yahoo.com. Help us grow as we provide the content and personal connection corporate entities will never achieve.
If you're a Miami sports fan, then there's only one store to go to, and that's Caneswear at Miami Fanwear in Davie. They're your one-stop shop for all your inner Miami CF, Canes, Dolphins, Panthers, and Marlins merchandise. They have hats, t-shirts, game day jerseys, and so much more. Located at 2511 South University Drive in Davie, and open 24/7 online at caneswear.com or innermiamiwear.com. Call them at 954-835-5597. Caneswear, the spot where inner Miami and all Miami sports fans shop.
Welcome to Red Light Therapy, a revolutionary technology perfected by NASA to aid in muscle strengthening and recovery. Red and infrared light has the capacity to penetrate deep into the cell's mitochondria, potentially leading to increased energy, faster recovery, and the optimal performance your body demands. Evolve your training and step into the new era of muscle recovery. Red Recover.
Why is it that you get locked out in the worst moments of your life?
Where are my car keys? Man, I can't find my house keys.
In those frustrating moments, you need a locksmith you can count on. A. Lenny Locksmith in South Florida, from Miami to Port St. Lucie. In Central Florida, A. Lenny locks it down in Orlando and Tampa Bay. Lockouts or lock changes for home or business. Car key replacements and programming all model cars. 24-hour service. Call them at 855-869-5625. Go to the website at alennylocksmith.com.
For over 16 years, EJDconstruction.com has provided South Florida residents quality craftsmanship, accurate project management, and exceptional service. That's why EJDconstruction.com is an A-rated member of Angie's List and the Better Business Bureau. When you're looking for the right custom home builder for additions or home remodeling, please call my friend Eric at 305-433-4843. That's 305-433-4843 for EJDconstruction.com.
The viewpoints, statements, or beliefs expressed on the following program by the host, guests, or callers are not necessarily the opinions of FantasyAccess.com, Media Group Inc. ownership, management, sponsors, or website. When it comes to South Florida sports teams, very few in the media have witnessed, lived, and covered it like the Big O. Let's start the program dedicated to your favorite South Florida teams with a passion that's unmatched. The Big O Radio Show is on. Here's the Big O.
All right, there we go. I found this while I was looking for my my rookie card. I found somebody else's rookie card. There you go. Some guy named Dan the Man Marino. Yeah, baby. There you go. Oh, you found my rookie card. I have it somewhere stashed. I just don't have to look for it. But you got to focus. And there you go. You see Barkley cover, and then right to, you got to like, yeah, you there I am. You see the dude with the white hat on? That's me. And I have a Heat jersey on. That's me. And then my wife is right next to me. Right there. Yeah. There you go. I can see, like, I can see the white hat from here. It's like right when you look at Robinson's eyes, or no, more like his nose, and then you go all the way across to the far left as the arch is going, you'll see a dude with a white hat on and a jersey. That is moi. And then to the right is my wife, my left. But looking at it like that is than my girlfriend. So there you go. I've told the funny story before. The early part of that game, nobody was sitting in the fourth row in seat 1 and 2, the aisle seat, and then on next. And right from the early, before the game started, I noticed it, and I told my wife, let's go sit there. And if the person doesn't show up, then we'll sit there throughout the game. And I think it was somewhere in the first quarter, maybe. I forgot. And I get a tap on the shoulder, and I look up, and I had to look like way up because it was Mark Eaton from the Utah Jazz. And for those of you, I think he was 7'2" or 7'3" or 7'4", something like that. Big ass center. Not much of an athlete, but it was, back in those days, you just needed somebody to, cover the post. And that mother could block shots like it was going out of style, dude. And so he says, excuse me, I think you're in my seat. I said, yes, sir, I am. Let's go. No, I went back to my seat. And listen, if I don't get back to my seats, I don't end up on a card. The rookie card. That card only has value because my wife and I are on it. It's not because of David Robinson or Charles Barkley. Please. It's Belgrade's own Orlando Alzigari. That's what makes it. And you, true Fin fan, thank you, sir, for the donation on the Super Chat. Super Chat! Says Marino's the greatest of all time. You're not going to get an argument out of me, sir. I don't argue sensible things like that. It's not my style to argue things that just make sense. Can't do that, bro. Can't argue sense when it's made. Ohio John, thank you, sir. Appreciate you. He says, morning, Tanner Connor seems to have a great speed and athleticism, but they say tight end is one of the toughest positions for young players to learn. What skills will we have to display to become a solid contributor and not become the next Michael Egnew? Thank you, my brother. Well, the good thing is this guy's not a high round pick like Egnew. Egnew was a third round pick, so there was some pressure on him to perform. For Tanner Connor, he's kind of a project in a way, former track guy and all that. So I think that you've got to see what he can do in the blocking area. But I talked about this on Saturday. There's clearly something that they want to do, and that's add speed to this offense. They did it to the running backs. They did it to the wide receivers by adding Tyreek, and even Cedric is a big and fast slot guy. So you're also adding speed there, and now they're looking to add speed to the dimension of the tight end spot. So this project, you've got to see how much of a blocker is he? Can he help you as a blocker? Because you're talking about a converted wide receiver to tight end, and he also is going to have to learn how to block. Now, you're not going to get a ton of blocking from Gesicki, right? Although he is getting his nose dirty and trying to learn it. And I think that's kind of the test, is finding out how much is he going to be a part of the running game? How much can he be a part of the blocking? And then the receiving side, he's already made an impact there. So you know that he's a difference maker out there. They're trying to really put a lot of speed out on the field. 855-912-1056 is the Welt and Rayom text line. That's 855-912-1056 on the Welt and Rayom text line. You can also reach out to us on Twitter. That's at Big O Show. Follow us there. Don't forget Nature B, proud sponsor of our program. 27 vitamins and amino acids, 28 minerals with powerful antioxidants, folks. And I tell you all the time, because I've been taking this is all natural. It comes from Clean Green, New Zealand. All right. It is grown straight from Mother Nature. No chemicals, no nothing. It's great for the kids. It's great for adults. My daughter's taking it. I take it. My wife takes it. and it protects us from the big nasties. In a virus-filled world, you need as much protection as possible. And I cannot stand having a cold. You got to stay away from a cold. And Nature Bee helps me stay away from that cold on a consistent basis. It powers me through the day, so you've got energy. And you know what? I bring it every day, 3-4 hours of talk every single day. And we don't take a lot of commercial breaks. We only take a couple minutes every hour, as you all know. So this is mostly talk and content. You got to have a lot of energy. I thank Nature Bee for that. And for you ladies out there, folks, you're going to get stronger nails. You're going to get smoother skin, fuller hair. All of that is out there. So you're going to boost your immune system. You're going to pick up the energy. It benefits, healthy nutrition, improves your digestion and regularity. Go to naturebee.com and use our code Big O. Listen to this. You buy 2 months, you get the third month for free and free shipping, but only if you use the code Big O. And they extended this for 1 more month. You buy 2, you get the third month free and free shipping. Remember, for the last few months, it's only been free shipping. They're throwing in now that third month for free. Go to naturebee.com and use our code Big O. Get the third month for free and free shipping. So buy 2 months, get the third month for free and free shipping. Code Big O at naturebee.com. Okay. Let's see. Markine was made to play for Utah, says Ohio John. Yes, he was. Yes, he was. Marino would have thrown for 6K in today. Yeah, 6.5 easy. Yes. I do have the one with the 2 killer sons on it in the background. Okay. I saw a card of Mark Jackson when I was with the Knicks in the front row of are the Melendez brothers, clear as day. Really? Wow, that is crazy. That is crazy. 4 players can be protected on the practice squad. Rule change. Yeah, Daryl, that. Okay. All right, you guys are mixing up the rule with the other rule. Okay. You cannot protect the quarterback. All right. You have to put him out on waivers. Understand that. You're talking about the guys you protect on a week-to-week basis, that once you protect them, they can't take them off the practice squad from you. But during the week, they can. Anybody will be able to take the quarterback off your practice squad by giving him an automatic spot on the 53. On Saturday, I think, is when you declare the players that are protected. Once you declare those protected, they can't take them away from you until Monday or Tuesday, whenever they come off of that protected list. Okay? So if you want to keep Skyler, you have to keep him on the 53-man roster. If you want to put him on the practice squad, you will cut him. And once he clears waivers, you are then allowed to put him back on the practice squad. So I think some of you are mixing up 2 rules that are completely separate. So if you think that the rule on the weekly basis will save you from keeping Skyler, you're not understanding the rule. That's only for the weekend of the game. But during the week, the player is completely exposed. And in order just to get him on the practice squad initially, you will have to cut Skylar Thompson. And he will become a free agent, and 31 teams will get an opportunity if they want to pick him up or not. But 31 teams have to then deny it, so then you can then put him on the practice squad. Okay? So understand what the rule is, because some of you out there, are thinking that protects the quarterback, and you're not going to protect the quarterback. You have to cut Skylar Thompson before you can put him on the practice squad, and he will be exposed every day until game day if they want to protect him. Victor Hernandez, thank you, sir, for the love on the super chat. He says, from a fellow Cuban American to another, been listening to your show for about a year now. Appreciate your time and effort. Well, thank you. It's very nice of you. Thank you, sir. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Big O 49ers fan hating on me going to the game with Dolphins gear on. Just be careful, man. Those idiots over there will put you in a coma. The idiots on the especially in California, somehow or another they don't understand what a game is. So they kind of take it so serious that they want to fight and kill you or put you in a coma. So I would be careful out there. You know, it's kind of like some of the Eagles fans who are basically animals with jerseys on. Yeah. So be careful. Be careful. They don't know how to behave over there in California. I love to go hang out for a couple days a week in California. Outside of that, there's a lot of other things that I don't want to stick around for California. And sporting events and the animals that attend the sporting events in California, you might want to be careful there. That's all I'm saying. And please, nobody in California, don't embarrass yourself trying to defend it. Okay? Just do me a favor. We love you, those of you watching, and you're on the show and all that, but let's not defend the behavior of some of the people that go to games in California. Please. Okay? Please. So don't even try. Because some guy sent me a text the other day that was all bent out of shape in California. I said, dude, come on, my brother. You know, the videos are out there. It's notorious. Relax. Okay? Just accept it. It is what it is. You know, you got a lot of people out there that just don't know how to act like normal human beings. They're just, in fact, I got to say, some of those California sports fans, by calling them animals, it's an insult to animals, actually. Because I know lots of animals that act way better than some of the people that go to games in California. So I would have to say that. Oh, by the way, don't forget to smash the hell out of the like button, man. We've got over 400 people watching and just over 100 likes. Come on, man. And Big O Radio Show Cuts. You could just go to Big O Show Cuts. That's our second channel. And we're putting other videos there you won't see here. Plus, we're going to end up adding live programming there. So you're going to want to subscribe. Please help us out and help us get to 1,000 there. Plus, hit the notification bell, because when we do some live programming from there, you will get the notification. And you're going to say, oh, I missed that show. Well, it was on the other platform. So we're going to add some other stuff that you're going to want to be a part of. Mark says, Cali fans need a puff, give and chill. Hell yeah, dude. Hell yeah. Mark, you are so on it. How is it a state that was, the first to be recreational? How are you guys so violent at games? Mark is right, bro. Smoke a fatty and chill out, dude. Chill the hell out. Why are you fighting at games? The idiots that fight at games are the equivalent to the morons that get absolutely wasted at a concert. I've never understood you people. So you're paying for a concert ticket. You're going to go see a performance and you want to get plastered so you don't remember the performance. How does that make any sense? I never understood that. Now, I'm the guy that goes to concerts to like enjoy everything about the show and notice a lot of things on what's going on in the show. So that's just me. But I'm a music, aficionado. I'm a freak. I love music, man. So I'm a little different, but I never understood the person that is going to go absolutely wasted to a concert and you just don't remember anything. Brutal. So You California animals and you drunken concert goers, I don't understand you people. I don't get it. Did you see the video of the Jags heckling Watson? Sir, I mean, that is just some stuff that I personally, I don't want to take any part in that, sir.
You sick fuck! 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 You sick fuck!
I mean, I would never, it's not a story we should talk about.
You sick fuck! 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 You sick fuck!
I mean, it's just something that, it's I don't know. It might have a life of its own.
You sick fuck! You sick fuck! You sick fuck!
I mean, it's just an opinion. That's all. I mean, are they off by much?
You sick fuck! You sick fuck! You sick fuck!
I mean, YSF. So we know Deshaun Watson's a YSF. Who else is a YSF? Huh? Who else is a YSF? Come on. Give it to us on the chat board. Who else would you consider a YSF? Anyone who marries a Kardashian? Alan Poupard, our Miami Dolphins Insider Report, brought to you by Sports Grill, is next.
Let's get ready to talk Dolphins football. It's the Sports Grill Miami Dolphins Report with Sports Illustrated's Alan Poupard. With locations throughout South Florida, Sports Grill is the home of the special grilled wings. Check out our sponsored locations in Miami on Bird Road and 114th and in Miami Lakes in the Royal Oaks Plaza. Here's Miami Dolphins insider Alan Poupard.
There he is, the man, the myth, the legend. That is Alan Poupard. There you go. By the way, true Fin fan, thank you, sir. Appreciate the love on the super chat. He enjoyed the video or the sound, and thank you to Preston Sampson. Also, a little love on the super chat. Says couldn't survive Dolphin season without you being in Maryland. Well, hopefully we'll be in Maryland one day doing a show on a Dolphin bar somewhere in Maryland. So how you doing, my man? How you doing? You feeling good?
Actually, I think I'm feeling a little offended since you're asking for people to name their true YSF just before you introduce me.
Yes, and Bill Clinton is there. Snyder is there. The Patriots owner is there.
I guess I went over your head. It's all right. Went over your head.
You asked, right? Hunter Biden is on the list. Brady. Why would you call Brady a YSF? Epstein, okay. There you go. Tristan Thompson. Yeah, that would Urban Meyer. That's a good one right there. You asked, right? Okay. You got any suggestions?
No, you're asking for fans. You're asking for fans right before you introduced me. Hence the connection. That went over your head, or I didn't deliver.
Oh, no. I would never do that. That's not what I was insinuating. Okay.
I know.
But you are kind of sick that you still live with your Montreal Expos hat. You won't let it go. So that's kind of sick there, right? But at least it's not Watson.
I don't sleep with it, by the way. I don't sleep with it. You'll be proud to know.
All right. So talk to me. Skylar Thompson has pretty much just ruined every shot of hiding him on the practice squad almost. Are we almost there?
We're getting there. We're getting there. He looked very good. He's handled every assignment. He's never looked like he's been out of place. I wouldn't necessarily. I hate doing this, but I'm going to do it anyway. Let's be honest and look at the throws that he made against Tampa Bay. I would tip my hat off a lot more to the scheming than I would to like fabulous throws, because there weren't a whole lot of really difficult throws. You look at all the completions, the guys are open by 5 yards. So from that standpoint, but having said that, yeah, absolutely. He's handled every single solitary assignment.
But the difference is you've been at practice where you've watched them make throws in small windows too, that you're like, holy shit. Like, he's made the holy shit throws too. You're right. They weren't holy shit throws on Saturday night. They were complete it, kid. The play was called for you. Everything's set up, but he did complete it at least. And so that's good. But the holy shit throws have been there also. And they were there also against Tampa in practices, by the way. Right? He did throw one on the second day, I think it was. Wasn't it on the second day that he had a decent throw?
The Skylar Thompson throws I remember at practice. He's got a couple that were really glaring in my mind. But so to me, I've been more impressed with what I've seen in practice than the game itself. And I know the stat, like the most passing yards by a Dolphin rookie quarterback since 1991. Well, how many Dolphin rookie quarterbacks have played the entire game in the preseason? So again, to me, more the practices than what I saw on Saturday night. And it's like, I think maybe it's been understated what he's done in practices, where I think it was a bit overstated what he did in the game, if that makes any sense.
Yeah, no, I completely understand what you're saying. But look, to me, it kind of looks like the Reed Sinnott situation where, and Reed, by the way, played well this weekend. He went 9 of 17 for 81 yards and a touchdown. Minshew did not drive him for a touchdown. He did. So I guess he's in a battle for the second spot. So they still have him there as a developmental guy. And I personally love having a developmental guy on the roster. I think you should always be drafting quarterbacks. But football changed about 15, 20 years ago, where they said no more of the third quarterback. We're going to go mainly with two, and maybe the third guy will be on the practice squad. Whereas you and I grew up with, hell, teams had three and sometimes even a fourth guy on the damn roster overall, because they were always developing a young guy. And it seems like philosophically, this is something this front office wants to do, because they were trying to do it with Reed, and now they're trying to do it with this kid. So it looks like it's an MO of theirs, by the way.
No, well, but if they valued Reed as much as we'd like to think, they would never would have exposed him to waivers.
Maybe they thought they were going to get him through the waivers.
Then their intel was bad. This is why. Look, I'm not telling you it's a slam dunk that he would get picked up if they do waive him among the final cuts and try to sneak him back on practice squad. The question is, do you want to take that chance? Do you like him enough to sacrifice a roster spot? And
well, I do.
Well, yeah, and I'm kind of in the middle here, but I'm kind of starting to maybe lean a little bit.
Well, here's what I explained on Saturday night after the game, where this all changes, and philosophically, this also has to change. This bullshit has to change. Last year, you thought you could have the luxury of having backup players that could not help you on special teams. That shit has to end, dude. That limits your football team. And so if you want to keep this kid on the 53, you can't do the shit with the Albert Wilsons of the world and the Preston Williams, and you cannot keep either corners or receivers or running backs or linebackers at the back end of that roster that aren't helping you on special teams. And that's why the Lynn Bowden appearance was really important, because he helped you on special teams also, not just as a wide receiver. And so I think it's now, if you're going to keep this kid on the roster, it's imperative that the back end of those positions that I talked about, that those guys are two-way guys, that they're just not playing one position, because then you're really hurting your football team.
Yeah, and it's interesting. Yeah, I'm glad you mentioned Bowden, because to me, forget about the 3 catches for 59 yards, the 22-yard touchdown, the 20 to 29-yard catch early in the third quarter. The fact that he returned both punts and kickoffs and had a success with each was huge, because now you can
questionable on the punt one. You probably shouldn't have caught it there inside. Wasn't it like inside the 6 or 5 or something like that? Wasn't his? Are you sure?
Yeah, it was around the 20-yard line that he caught it, and he had like an 18-yard return. I mean, maybe it may even have been the 30, the 25, or the 30. It was not inside.
Okay, so it wasn't him. Then I confused it with somebody else. Then did somebody catch one that I was like, I thought it was him.
It may have been a fair catch. Late in the game. Oh yeah, was it him? I don't know, but it was a fair catch. Why I thought it was him.
Oh, it was a fair catch. Well, then it wasn't him, because I think he only had one catch. That would have hurt his average. Or no, fair catch. Does fair catch doesn't hurt the average.
I'll look at the play-by-play.
Yeah. I think it was him. That's the only one that, but he made plays. Kick and punt return. In
fact, I am pulling it up right now.
And it's what we viewed in him. When we saw him, it was like, okay, this guy could be like a multi-versatile type of guy, and he showed that on Saturday night, which, by the way, I also said this on Saturday night. The guy that liked Preston Williams' tweet is the guy that ended up getting Preston Williams cut on Saturday night, because he just cut Preston Williams on Saturday night. Preston Williams is done. That's it. It's too late for him. I get it, but this was like the nail in the coffin. He was going out the door with him, and all of a sudden it was like, now we're going to close the door behind you, Preston. I'm staying in here with the rest of the guys.
Yeah, but you don't think. Yeah, but when he liked the tweet, I don't think it was so much, I got your back, Preston. It was like, yeah, me too. I want an opportunity. And by the way, I just checked. You're correct. It was Bowden who made a fair catch at the 5-yard line, which is not ideal.
Right. That's the only thing that I would like. Maybe, kid, you might not want to do that one, but outside of that, I get it. He wants to make plays. He's like a desperate animal in a corner. That's what he was on Saturday night, and he came out with his fangs out and ready. And I give him credit. That's what you got to do in those kind of positions, man. Is fight through it.
Yep. No, I had him. I had him clearly trailing River Craycraft for the 6th spot if the Dolphins keep 6. Now, after Saturday, I think he jumped ahead of him.
Yeah, and I think if he shows a little bit more on the special team side, which is what you highlighted, he knocks Craycraft out, because he's a superior athlete to Craycraft. And that's the difference.
And they have enough guys who can help out on special teams where you don't need to keep Craycraft just because of that. They have a lot of guys.
You have a better Craycraft in Sherfield.
Correct.
That's just, Craycraft is almost like the poor man's version of Sherfield. So you're okay. Well, he's a good all around player. If these other cats don't show, and we need a 6th guy, then Craycraft might be able to be the guy that makes the cut. But Lynn now put himself in that spot there. Will Preston be one of those cuts from 90 to 85 on Tuesday?
No, but I would expect like Devontae Dedman, the CFL import who was signed as a returner. To me, I think he very well might be one of those. Remember, they were at 89. Now they got down to 88 after the Shaheen trade. Now they're back to 89. My guess is Trill Williams winds up on IR. That's one move. I think Dedman's probably doesn't last a week. I mean, he had one kickoff return. He wound up fumbling at the end of it, and it was a 20-yard return with nothing special about it. And he fumbled at the end of the play, even though the Dolphins did recover. And Dolphins have other options as a returner. He needed to wow and quickly and significantly, and he didn't. So if a wide receiver goes to me, he's the one who's going to go.
Okay. Sounds kind of I don't know, maybe a little over the top. Is this the most important week of Noah Igbinoghene's career, pretty much, because if you're going to have dress rehearsals, it sounds like it's not going to be this week. It might be week 3 where they're going to have dress rehearsal. So if you're going to have dress rehearsal, you're not going to be a part of dress rehearsal. It'll be more the starters, if anything. And you haven't shown enough progress. Do you need to, make people notice you this week in order for you to be in the mix in the future? Or you don't think this week is it done pretty much for him? How do you view where Noah is at right now in trying to catch the attention of these coaches?
Yeah, no, he's not in a good place right now. I think they're going to be fighting like crazy, not to let him go. It was interesting. I asked Mike McDaniel the day after press conference.
I saw it.
I was kind of trying to get him to say the coach is never going to say who was to blame. But if you saw that touchdown, I mean, it's him and Brandon Jones, and they basically let a guy run a deep end between them, and neither of them bothered to cover them. And you can literally blame it on both because neither one is trustworthy yet in coverage. You know what I'm saying? So correct.
I don't know what the responsibilities really were there.
Right.
And so I'm not exactly sure. And I know the coach, it's my fault. They haven't played enough together to know the communication. And so I give the coach all the credit in the world. He wants to lay on the sword. Go ahead and lay on the sword. But it's an issue for both guys, actually. Really, let's be honest.
Correct. And this is where a site like Pro Football Focus, for example, should be taken not necessarily as gospel because they assigned that touchdown against Igbinoghene. And I'm not ready to say for sure that,
right.
They weren't equally to blame. I don't know what the assignment was on the play. The coaches know. They're not going to tell us that because they're not going to throw anybody under the bus. But there was also one-on-one stuff that where you could tell it was him was beaten badly. There was one play in the 2-minute drill against Tampa Bay where he was beaten pretty soundly. I don't put much stock in the one-on-one drill. I know that made the highlight where the guy did an inside-outside move on him. Again, one-on-one passing drill where you have to cover half the field. You start evaluating cornerbacks off of that, I think you got a problem. But clearly, Trill Williams was by far your fourth cornerback before he got hurt. That's not even close. Keon Crossan is also ahead of Noah. They're going to work out some cornerbacks. And then at some point,
I saw your guy that I forgot his name now that helps you on the site. Wrote an article about. Yes, he wrote a good article and added a whole bunch of names there. The only thing that I kind of get the feeling from these guys, and I'm talking about the front office, they're probably going to try to find a young guy, not a veteran, because I don't think those veterans are going to be happy sitting on the bench and waiting and biding their time. Okay. I think they're going to try to look for a young guy that's available, or one of the early cuts coming up here where a guy that because there's probably 2 or 3 guys they're eyeing right now that they like that could be borderline guys for other teams. And they're like, yeah, this is a guy that we like, that maybe we can get something out of him. So I almost think it's in that direction, not the what are those names? The Xavier Rhodes, the Chris Harris's, the Haydens, the AJ Bowie's, the Janoris Jenkins. I don't think they're going to go for those kind of guys. I think they're going to go for a young guy. Your thoughts on that?
I agree, unless there's an issue with Byron Jones. Remember, this guy's going to be 30.
Yeah.
He's coming off season search. So obviously, if something happens with him, then they got to go big name. But yeah, they're not signing a proven, established guy like we mentioned, Chris Harris, AJ Bowie, Joe Hayden, Xavier Rhodes, to be the fourth cornerback and only play if you go 7 DBs or something.
And the money that they're going to give you to play that position, they're going to say, those guys have made money. They're going to go, hell no, I'm not doing that. I'll wait for a better opportunity. That's what they're going to say.
Correct. But right now, Keon Crossan is going to be your fourth quarterback. And the kids look good. I mean, the guys look good.
How old is he?
He's been in the league 4 years. He's been in the league 4 years.
Okay.
He was a bit
Still
handsy.
young.
He had like a PBU down the sideline against Scotty Miller on Saturday night. One of those plays where half the time you're going to see that flag come out for DPI or defensive holding, but they didn't call it. So, it's a great play then.
But he was, but the other thing, he was stride for stride with a guy like that, which is not easy to be with a fast guy like that. So I give him credit too. That he's had his moments, man. There's no doubt. All right. I talked about this on Saturday. I get it. He scored a touchdown. He's not good enough to be on the roster. Sam Eguavoen is a nice player. It's a great story coming from the CFL. He's done a fantastic job hanging on to the back end of the roster. But when I'm watching a Cameron Good, when I'm watching Hodge, and I'm watching some of these other guys that I see, I think I'd rather spend the roster spot somewhere else. You can get drunk on the touchdown, but if you watch on that one drive where he must have made 3 brutal mistakes, he reminds me so much of Larry Izzo, yet he's not the elite special teamer that Larry Izzo was. So Larry Izzo was such an elite special teamer that you would, it's like Obafemi, what was his name? The other linebacker. Yeah,
no,
he was. I am Mendejo, God bless him, an exceptional special teams linebacker. This kid is not an exceptional special teams linebacker. He's a serviceable special teams linebacker. You need to get better, and just by Cameron Good alone, that's what I'd rather have on this roster. Nothing personal against the guy, but I think that the good time story needs to end from the CFLer. Your thoughts?
Well, by the way, just for the record, since he also was a former CFLer, the linebacker was Brendan Ayanbadejo. Obafemi was a fullback.
Yes. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Right. Yes. Brendan. Right. That's right. You're right. And he was an exceptional special teamer. Man, he was so good.
No question. Won the Super Bowl with the Ravens.
Ravens.
No, completely agree with you. I mean, it was pretty glaring how deficient he was in coverage. Bad angle on the tackle. He had a guy in the open field. Missed it. The guy wound up with 12 more yards. Took the long way around on a screen pass, letting the guy get outside. He went under instead of over, put himself in a better position. Yeah, no, I agree. And then let's be honest, I was semi-surprised he made the roster last year, to be very honest. I mean, 2019, the Dolphins were so talent deficient that, absolutely. And he actually wound up starting 11 games or something. But they got significantly better in 2020. And then 2021, kind of surprised he hung on as long as he did. I don't have him making the 53-man roster. Yeah, it was great that he was right place, right time, but let's not kid ourselves. It's Darius Hodge who made the play.
Hodge made that. And he's looked good in camp, Hodge.
Nothing but
by the way, I like what I saw from Cameron Good, bro. Mm-hmm. I mean, I'm impressed with Cameron Good. That looks like a nice little find. And we talk about guys multiple. He was playing on the line and he was playing a linebacker, dude. So you can kind of move him around a little bit also on top of that. Good athlete, man. Nice little find. You think about Skyler and you think about Skyler and Good at the back end of that draft?
Yeah, no, I was about to say I don't think Skyler's the only 7th-round pick who put himself a lot closer to the 53-man roster with their play Saturday night. No, I like Cameron Good also. I like Tyndall. I thought he had a good game also. Showed me something both on special teams and on defense with his ability to make tackles in space, which
he can fly.
We mentioned Eguavoen, who absolutely struggled in that department, and those two actually did very well, particularly Tyndall with the open field tackle.
Yeah. I mean, the Eguavoen story is nice, but it just shows you that you're not good enough at that position if you're keeping a guy like that. And God, it reminded me so much of Larry Izzo. But Larry was an elite special teamer, so you can tolerate it, Larry was God bless you, Larry. You were an awesome special teamer. But when he had to play linebacker, oh, wow. It was just
also tells you the roster is better. Also tells you the roster is better.
Yes. Yeah. You're right about that. That's definitely so. Out of Good, Gustin, Hodge, talk to me about these under the radar guys. Give me a guy you love.
All of them. I mean, Darius Hodge to me it was interesting because they claimed him off waivers from the Bengals last year. Doesn't play, then got suspended for 2 games by the league. So it's like, oh boy, you're not helping your cause. But the Dolphins, I was half thinking they're going to waive him right then and there. They don't. Right. And then this summer at training camp, I noticed the guy every time he's on the field. I mean, he's not very big. He doesn't look all that fast, but the guy just gets around the quarterback.
For a team that doesn't have enough money to pay for scouts, talent does go through Cincinnati, bro. It's really amazing.
Oh, no, that's and kudos to the Dolphin pro scout who spotted that guy and go, yeah, let's bring him in. And then Porter Gustin, I've discussed him before. Like I'd never heard the guy's been in the league 3 years. I'd never heard the name when the Dolphins signed him in June. I'm like, whoa, let me go dig up who the hell is Porter Gustin. And then camp starts and it's like, oh, here's a sack Gustin, here's a sack 96. And then he made another play on that crazy interception where Elijah Campbell, let's be honest, it was a complete fluke. The ball went right through the hands of that's a lucky interception, but hey, he made it. It's Gustin who's got his arms wrapped around the QB's knees.
Right.
And early in the game, if you recall, there was a holding penalty on Tampa Bay where I think at first they were quick to say that Jalen Phillips drew the holding. It wasn't Jalen Phillips because the guy they called it on was the one who was trying to block Porter Gustin. So the guy just makes things happen.
I just think this team is now better because you're allowing the personnel guys, and I think you have 3 exceptional guys in Greer, Allen, and McKenzie. You're allowing them to do their job where they're not having to fight with the head coach constantly because the head coach thinks he's Mr. Personnel, and he has an opinion on every player you bring in. And it was really frustrating for that front office to have to deal with that. Now McDaniel is more than happy to have the job and to do the coaching part and let these guys do their thing. And I think if you allow them to do their thing, they'll find guys, they'll unearth guys, not just, the obvious draft picks, but the street ones and trades and stuff like that. They'll find other players. And that's why I asked you about these other guys, because there's some guys now on the periphery that were like, hey man, they're getting better. They're adding some depth in certain areas. And I know corner is an issue, but we start looking at the D line and the linebackers. There might be some options there now developing.
No, I think no, because the Dolphins had a vacancy on the D line when they waived Adam Butler with the failed physical designation. Now it looks to me like Gustin's your guy. Yep. I'm okay now with the depth of linebacker. What they don't have is a complete off the ball linebacker. They don't have that. Let's not kid ourselves. But they have numbers. Now your concerns in terms of depth are the offensive line and cornerback.
Right. I'm with you there. All right. What are you working on over at alldolphins.com, sir?
Man, it's not stopping these days. It's 11:56. I got a 12 dropping the roster projection 2.0. I've kind of dropped subtle hints here and there. We're going to continue to stay on top of the great Dolphin cornerback search. I have a part 3 of the latest mailbag that I got to drop this afternoon. And then was something else I was going to do. And there'll be something else. I'm sure there always.
There you go. His bags are dropping. Check it out. alldolphins.com. Follow him on Twitter at Poupard NFL. Alan, thank you as always. We'll catch up later on in the week, my friend.
You got it. Have a good one.
You got it. There you go. That's your sports grill, which, by the way, they're hiring. All right. Bird Road, Miami Lakes, the Doral location. All positions are available, from hostess all the way to cook, baby. It's all available out there at Sports Grill. All right. That's your Sports Grill report.
This has been the Sports Grill Miami Dolphins Insider Report with Alan Poupard, exclusively on the Big O Radio Show. Make sure you subscribe to the podcast and never miss a report. Search Big O Radio Show on most platforms. Visit Sports Grill in our sponsored locations in Miami on Bird Road and 114th, and in Miami Lakes in the Royal Oaks Plaza.
Thank you out there to all. Appreciate you. Essential Moving Experts. We love Sean Williams and all the great people at Essential Moving Experts. Big Dolphin fans, as you can see. It's in Dolphins colors. You'll get $150 off. So if you're looking to move within your town, in your county, from within your state, from state to state, across the nation, you name it, they've got storage for you also. They can store your stuff for up to 30 days on the house, and you'll get a $150 break too. Just mention the big O. So if you are wanting to move your office, your business, your home, call essentialmovingexperts.com, 844-368-5750. That's 844-368-5750. And again, flat rates, no surprise charges, safe and efficient loading and unloading practices all the time. And over 1,600 happy customers have said that Essential Moving Experts know how to get it done. So call Sean Williams and tell him that Big O sent you. 844-368-5750. Dougie Fresh says, he had a question for Alan. Sorry. He says, your writing is prolific, appreciated considering all of the platforms and modalities used to deliver content. Is writing becoming the stick shift for cars? I hope not. Yes, it is. Of course it is, Dougie Fresh. I can answer that question for you. We have no attention span. So yes, there's no doubt. Yeah, writing is dying, bro. Newspapers are on life support. What Omar is doing is super smart on his part. He's watching the landscape. It's disappearing. I'll be quite frank with you. I was dying to get released out of my contract from QAM. Dying to get fired. So I got my wish when I got out of QAM because I knew it was a dying look. They're going to be filing for bankruptcy. And I knew where we were going in this world, that it's digital platforms, and radio is dying. And any writer knows that their business is dying and they've got to go find options. That's why you see a lot of writers, they're moving to video and they're moving to television and they're moving to platforms. You saw Adam Beasley leave for the Pro Football Network. Super smart on his part. You saw Safed Dean leave the newspaper, go to USA Today because it's a national platform. You've got a lot better chance to survive at USA Today than you do on a local newspaper. Because eventually we will not have the Palm Beach Post, the South Florida Sun Sentinel, and the Herald in this town. They can't survive. They don't have the subscribers anymore. So yes, writing is dying. And you better convert to digital platforms one way or another. Audio is dying. Why? Because they've got to have 6-minute commercial breaks. You've got to listen to 30, 35 minutes of commercials, traffic, weather reports, all that stuff so they can get all their sponsors in. And you've got to hear less than 30 minutes of content in an hour. That's why I knew that it was dying. And I knew we had to come up with a different way of doing it, and that's what we've done here. We have very little commercials, and here's our commercials right now. It's going on right now. You're finding out about Essential Moving Experts while I'm talking. And then pretty soon, Sean Stanley will change this board, and a new one will come up. And there you go. And there's your Caneswear. And now you're looking at Caneswear at 2511 South University Drive in Davie. Go say hi to Brett, Jeff, all the great people out there. They'll take care of you. That's the way we've got to do things. Because the listener does not have time. They're too busy. So you go home and what do? It's on demand. You don't sit there to watch a live program and then watch the live commercial breaks. Get the hell out of here. You go channel surfing. Boy, the sponsor really helps out with that. Huh? On AM or FM, they go to a commercial break, you turn it. How's that going to help the sponsor? It's a dying medium. First newspapers, now it's radio, and television to a certain extent is also dying. It's live program. It's on demand. Live programming, it's maybe sports, and that's it. It's tough. It's that our medium has changed, and the way we did our work has completely changed. And then the worst part is, you're stuck like the guys at QAM and 790. Well, there's nothing on 790, right? No, they have Tobin. Tobin and Leroy do the morning, but you're stuck with their politics too. So you can't go to certain areas because they're tied to the teams and this and that. And that's the stuff that I didn't want to deal with. So I'd rather piss them off and make sure they get rid of me. I don't need them. That's the beauty. That's the part that I love about all of this is I don't need them. They need me, but I don't need them. QAM needs me, but I don't need them. And that's the beauty. So everything has changed in our world, and that's up to the media member. If the media member can go and stand on his own or her own, then go do it, man. Go do it, because all these corporations, all they're doing is bleeding you dry and not really taking care of you. So I thank all of you out there on behalf of Sean and the C-Man and the other 14 insiders we have, and some other things that hopefully we'll be able to announce this week. Some new additions to the platform that I'm looking forward to. And that's the beauty. Thank you all for helping us stand on our own to be able to create this platform for you guys with zero politics. We don't care about we're not tied to any teams. Forget it. It's not going to stop us from telling you like it is, like on other places. Let's see. Sorry to correct you on a player that may not make the team, but it's pronounced Bowden. Oh, Bowden. You're talking about okay, all right. You got it. Bowden. Okay. Not Bowden. So it's not Bowden, it's Bowden, like in Bobby. Okay. All right. Thank you, John. Big O, good afternoon from Super V. It was demoralizing to see Tua Williams go down with a season-ending injury because I think the young man has the number one cornerback potential. Yeah. Well, he can still come back. Not this year, I'm saying, but he can. The good thing about ACLs now, you can repair them and you can come back, man. It's awesome. It is awesome. Retail sales, all digital. Yeah, everything's digital, man. It's where people want to go. They get what they want, and then they leave whenever they want, and you don't have to sit there and wait for 6-8 minute breaks and stupid traffic reports. You have Waze. Sports updates. You have a phone. You know what I mean? It's like, unless there's a breaking headline news that you could give, you don't need to give last night's scores and everything else. Stupid, but they do that because they have to get it sponsored, and they have you listen to sponsors that you don't listen to anymore because you don't listen to the commercial breaks. We should go after AJ Bowie. The thing is, I don't think those guys are going to want to be here to be the fourth corner. So I think they're going to go for somebody young. Christopher Carter says it appears sports fans are abandoning national syndicated sports shows in favor of locally based shows that have true, concrete insight into the teams fans follow. Yeah, like what we do here. Exactly. We have all the real insiders, the media that is paid to do the job coming on our show exclusively, and we cut through all the crap. It's a beautiful thing, man. Let's see. By the way, folks, don't forget to hit the like button. Very important. We're approaching 600 people watching. Please hit the like button. Subscribe to the channel if you haven't subscribed to the channel. It's very important. And hit the notification bell. That way you know whenever we go live. Tomorrow we'll be at practice, so we'll do an afternoon show, remember, okay? So don't freak out if we're not on tomorrow morning. We'll be on in the afternoon because we'll go out to practice tomorrow. We got to go out to practice for the next couple of days because, you know, in another week, we will not be able to do this anymore and go out to practice, although we will be going out to camp once or twice a week, okay? All right? So we will do that. What else do we have here? All right, let's do this. Let's take a quick break. All right? Let's get ready for hour number 3. And in this hour, Marcel Louis-Jacques is going to join us at 12:30. I got a couple things I want to get out. The liquorsplit.com, Miami, the liquorsplit.com, the liquorsplit.com matchup of the night. We got to get that out. I want to talk a little bit about a couple of Dolphin topics that we haven't gone over. I got to go over something University of Miami wise, a couple NFL notes. We got our KSDT sports business report, got some music news. We got a bunch of things to talk about. Back with more right here on the Big O Radio Show.
When you move, you need a reliable company led by passionate folks, eager to assist its customers during a transitional process that needs to be smooth. Call Essential Moving Experts at 844-368-5750 for all your local and long-distance moving needs. You can rely on Essential Moving Experts. Mention the Big O Show and get $150 off. Family owned and operated, they offer free 30-day storage, full-service moving, fully licensed, bonded, and insured. Moving was never so easy. EssentialMovingExperts.com. South Florida's premier law enforcement agency is now hiring individuals like you. The Fort Lauderdale Police Department is now accepting applications for non-certified and certified police officer positions. Minimum requirements and qualifications can be found at FLPDjobs.com. That's FLPDjobs.com. Are you ready? The city of Fort Lauderdale is an equal opportunity employer.
What? Oh, look.
Hey guys, this is Hayden Hurst, NFL tight end. I'm partnering today with Red Recover. We're going to run you guys through some drills. I started using Red Recover last year, my 4th year in the NFL. It just helps me on Mondays after games, get my recovery process started, get back into the fold of the week, and get ready for the following Sunday. And if you want to recover like me, use Red Recover.
When you need your warehouse looking good while staying efficient, there's only one place to find the finest racks in the business. Pallet Rack City in Hialeah. 305-424-8547. That's 305-424-8547. Pallet Rack City is the company you need when you want your warehouse sporting the finest racks in the business. After all, who doesn't love a great rack? Pallet Rack City. 305-424-8547. That's 305-424-8547. The Big O Radio Show is looking for partners to join our growing platform. If your business is ready to reach an audience that starts in Florida, crosses the nation while expanding internationally, this is the program that provides that vehicle. The Big O Radio Show is ready to broadcast live anywhere in the world to represent your event or product. To reach out by phone, 786-754-4664. That's 786-754-4664. Or email bigoradioshow@yahoo.com. Help us grow as we provide the content and personal connection corporate entities will never achieve. following statements or beliefs expressed on the following program by the host, guests, or callers are not necessarily the opinions of FantasyAccess.com, Media Group Inc. ownership, management, sponsors, or website. When it comes to South Florida sports teams, very few in the media have witnessed, lived, and covered it like the Big O. Let's start the program dedicated to your favorite South Florida teams with a passion that's unmatched. The Big O Radio Show is on. Here's the Big O.
There we go. All right. All right. Sorry. I actually had to take care of business because I got Cutter's Edge, which you were just playing the spot there. They're here to because they're going to start and giving our yard a facelift that we've needed for a long time. True Fin Fan, thank you for the love on the super chat, man. You guys are coming in strong today with the super chats. He says, and we're lucky to have you, big man. One day I'll get to shake your hand, fins up, baby. Well, I hope to see you at a game, man. I hope that's the case. I hope we get to hang out together at a game, at a bar, somewhere. We do a lot of appearances. We're blessed. We're every Thursday at Hialeah Park. You can catch us there. Twice a month at Craig Zinn's Acura. We're at Caneswear once a month. We're at KSDT CPAs. We'll be there this Friday. And then obviously now if Lord willing, we are hopefully going to have several live shows. If everything works out well, and I expect it to, we're going to be adding a couple of different elements to the platform, and hopefully also another host too. So there's all kinds of stuff going on. So that's why we tell you, and Big O Show Cuts, please subscribe to it. Please get us to 1,000. We're like over 600. So we have there's 500 people here. Do you know if all of you just went over right now to Big O Radio Show Cuts, Big O Show Cuts, and you subscribe, you could get us to 1,000 right away? You know how studly that would be? I mean, we can beg you, please help us get there to 1,000 on that one, because we need it so we can broadcast live from anywhere. Not just a home spot, but live anywhere. So it's really important for us, and you'll help the show grow. So if you can, it's our second channel, and there's already videos there, but we're going to be putting more. We're going to be doing some more stuff there that you're going to get content there you're not going to get here. So, and we're going to have live programming coming out of it, like I told you, because we are going to get to a point where we might have to have 2 live events going on at the same time. So that channel will be, because you can't do 2 different live events on one YouTube channel. So very important. So please help us out, and you will help us to grow at the same time. Corn Iowa Productions with Omar saying goodbye to the Sun Sentinel today. Does that mean Omar is done with the Big O? No, not yet. We are working on keeping Omar on the platform. I'm not promising anything, because business is business, and I completely understand it. And I want nothing but what's best for Omar. So contractually, if there's some issues, then it happens. It is what it is. But if we can work it out, then we will. So, just hang in there. Have a little patience. We're working on all of that stuff. Okay? Eric Storm says, here in Rochester, New York, listening to the Bills coverage, it's hilarious every single year hearing them talk about their team like they're the best ever, even years when they only won 4 to 6 games. Yeah, well, we're all the same too. I mean, we get all excited, but they do have a good team, man, Eric. They do have a good team. You got to give them credit. It's up to our boys to get better and get to the point where you can knock them out, and greater good is right. Bills fans are very loyal. Got to give it to them. Let's see. Ragin says, I'm already subscribed to the Cuts channel. Thank you, Ragin. That's awesome, man. I appreciate all of you out there, man. JS 11115 says, Big O, would you do sponsorship deals for another Dolphin podcast if it made sense? I don't know how that makes any sense. You know what I mean? We just can do crossovers. I don't know. They're going to be paying to be on my show. That doesn't make sense. Yeah, no. We cross over anyways with others, whether it's Dudley, whether it's Reason, any of the guys, what's the other guys, the Miami podcast guys that call me all the time and been on their show. I cross over with other podcasts. That's what you do. You cross over, but I don't think you do, they're going to buy advertising on our show. That's kind of weird. After week 1 of the preseason, Big O, what do you think are the top pressing needs for this team that need to be addressed before the start of the regular season? It's just the O-line getting more and more, playing time and gelling, my brother. That's all right now. We got to get to the regular season just to see what we have. Jesus Mendez says, just did that, Big O. So you like the channel. Thank you, sir. I like it. Big O, do you think Myles Gaskin has a strong chance to make the roster? No, I don't. I think he has a slim chance of making the roster in the back end of it. That's what I think. Pat in Nashville says, I want people to have realistic expectations. So we face 3 great defenses to start the year. New offenses rarely start the season on fire. The offense will be the best we've had in forever in time. Yeah, but they can also surprise them too. They have the element of surprise because they don't know what's coming. So if you're smart and you can scheme it right, you can also give yourself an advantage. Listen, if the line can block and they can run the ball a little bit, then Miami's going to be able to compete. And listen, maybe I'm not the guy, Pat, because I think the Dolphins can go 3-1 in the first 4 games. They can beat the Patriots. The zero blitz completely befuddled Lamar, and I don't think he's a great passer as it is. So I don't think anything has changed this offseason. And his weapons aren't anything that I should be afraid of. They have terrific tight ends, but I'm sorry. I don't have the fear of God that others have of the first 4 weeks of the season. Others have this fear of God of the first 4 weeks, like, oh my God. No, man, they can go 3-1. They can beat the Bengals, believe it or not. They have great corners to go up against those great receivers. Now, it's up to the line to stop Joe Mixon. That's not going to be easy. But they've got the pass rushers to, create problems for Joe Burrow. You tell me the Bills game that they lose, I'm going to tell you, okay. The Bills are a hell of a team. They're a Super Bowl caliber team. They have a chance to be the best team in the AFC. They have a chance to be in the Super Bowl, and they have a chance to win the Super Bowl. I'm not taking that away from them. I get it, man. As much as I hate the Bills and I hate the Patriots and I hate the Jets, if they legitimately have a chance, I'm going to be objective about it. But I'm sorry. I don't fear these first 4 games like others do. I think Miami can be incredibly competitive and they can win a lot of those games. If there's better coaching, and I saw a sign of better coaching already on Saturday night in a preseason game that was meaningless, I get it. But I saw the organization of these players. I saw a third-string quarterback that was prepared. That's a reflection on that coaching staff. So I'm not the guy, and you know what, Pat in Nashville, I might be part of the problem. Because people are going to listen to this show, and some people may be getting on my bandwagon with me. This whole thing, oh my God, the first 4 games, oh, they're so treacherous. Oh, it's the end of the world. Well, then how are the Dolphins supposed to be good? The day you're supposed to be good, it's because you beat good teams, right? Well, then let's go. Let's go. They won 9 and 10 games the last 2 years. This is a better roster. This is a better offensive coaching staff. So why can't I live in that zone that, well, wait a minute, they might be a better team this year than they were the last 2 years. They might be better coached this year than they were the last 2 years. There might be a much better offense than they were the last 2 years. And then they certainly have way more talent on offense than they've had the last 2 years. F that, dude. F that. Dolphins beat the Patriots twice last year. Why can't they beat them again? Dolphins embarrassed the Ravens. Finally. I don't know about you, but I got tired of getting embarrassed by the Ravens and pushed around. Well, guess what? The Dolphins did all the pushing around last year. What's going to change? I'm sorry. I'm not in that. I'm not playing that game. I think this team is better. I think the quarterback finally has help. I think they have a coaching staff. I think they're actually going to develop a decent line. And this quarterback was productive with no line and no running game. Well, I think they're going to have some kind of a line, and I think they'll have some kind of a running game. They won't be dominant in those areas because I don't think you go from being really bad to being dominant would be nice. It'd be really nice. Be a hell of an extreme, but it would be nice. But I expect this offense to be better, and I expect this team to be better. So I'm sorry. Pat in Asheville, I might be part of the problem raising the expectations on our side. What can I tell you? Razzle dazzle crypto. This defense is built to beat mobile QBs like Josh Allen and Lamar Jackson. Nikki Davis says, I'm stoked for the first 4 games. We get to see how special the Dolphins can be. I agree. Nate Mandu says the Ravens were depleted, but the story of the game was the Dolphins cover 0 versus Lamar. Big O is right. It was finally a win and an answer to Lamar. And I don't think Lamar's any better that he's going to beat that. By the way, he's asking for a guaranteed contract. He's a great young man, but that kind of game he plays, that's not the kind of player you give a guaranteed deal to. I know what he's done, but I think they're catching up to him. And I think Miami kind of figured him out and put out the blueprint and said, yeah, no, he can't read and react quick enough. Get after him. And that's exactly what they did. So I am not part of the clan that is nervous about, the first 4 games of the season. And if you're nervous because you got locked out of your car, you get locked out of your home, those kind of things, well, you got to call a Lenny Locksmith. And they are all throughout South Florida. We've been telling you about a Lenny Locksmith now for several months. All right, whether you're in Miami all the way through Port St. Lucie. That's right. So Dade, Broward, Palm Beach County into Martin County, man. 561-284-5090. That's 561-284-5090. 24-hour service, house, car locks, residential, commercial, you name it. A Lenny Locksmith can get it done for you, and they can reprogram those car keys for you. And for our friends in Tampa and Orlando, we now have offices there in Tampa and Orlando, not just here in South Florida. And we've also got an office in Phoenix, Arizona. So for all of our friends out there in Phoenix, you can check it out. Car locksmith, car key replacement with programming, you name it, 24 hours a day, reliable. Tell them that Big O sent you. 561-284-5090 for alennylocksmith.com. Mark says, Big O, with all of these weapons, would you trade Mike Gesicki before the deadline? He's going to be a free agent again after the season and they can't afford to keep him because he deserves top 3 tight end money, Mark, I think you have to find out what he can do in your system first and foremost, and then you trade him. Right now, I don't know what the trade market is for Gesicki. You might be better off waiting for an injury that somebody desperately needs a tight end later on in the season, and you've developed Tanner Connor or somebody else, and you feel good in letting go of Gesicki so you could get a high-round draft pick. Now, remember, you have to be able to get a second-rounder for Gesicki because, or a third and something else. Why? There's a good chance because he'll get a big time contract for somebody else, you're getting third round a compensatory pick anyway for him. Okay. So you still will get the compensation one way or another from a trade or compensatory. So you've got to make sure that you're in a situation that you can count on the other guys when you move them, or he just doesn't fit what you do and you have to move him. But right now that cannot be determined. He was more active on Saturday night than he had been in 2 weeks. And maybe it's what I was saying, that they're trying to work more on the blocking with him. So it's a different agenda is what they're doing right now with the tight end. That's what I would say. Let's get a little honey and lime going. All right. It is dumb that Lamar doesn't have a true age in negotiating for. Oh, it's incredibly stupid. Well, let's just be plain and let's just be honest. It's an incredibly stupid ass move by Lamar Jackson to not have an agent. An agent would have already had him his money. And you just want to be cheap because you don't want to give up the 2% or 3%. Come on, man. You're making hundreds of millions of dollars throughout your career with everything, and you're going to be worried about 2 or 3%. That's asinine. That's ignorance. That's stupid. You hire people. Okay, so let me save money, and I'll do all the engineering. Why pay Sean Stanley? Why? Because he's an effing professional. Because he's going to do it 1,000 times better than I ever would. Because I'm going to be better off. The platform's going to be better off. The sponsors will be better off. The listeners will be better off if Sean Stanley's doing it. Not if my stupid ass does it. My place is in front of the mic. This is what I do for a living. That's the difference. You hire people to do what they can do that you can't. But if you're going to do it simply out of being cheap, because that's what Lamar Jackson is, cheap and stupid, you think you can do something that a professional who is trained to do it. So you think your mom and you are going to know more than an agent. You're an idiot. In the long run, you want to go sell your house? You can go ahead. You want to sell it with a real estate agent? There's a good chance that the real estate agent will end up making way more money than you will. Because they're professionals. They will know how to prepare your house. They will know how to put it on the right listings. They will know how to maximize it. So whatever percentage that salesperson was going to get in the real estate market, whatever it is, 5%, 10%, well, they probably would have gotten you 20. And you would have been able to pay them and made even more money anyway. But if you want to do it yourself, you can go ahead and do it yourself. Good chance is you won't do better than a pro because you're not made to sell homes. Someone else is. That's why you hire people, because they're experts at what they do and you're not. And Lamar Jackson's just being stupid and cheap. And in the end, it'll cost him a lot of money. But go ahead. Go defend yourself in court. Don't hire a lawyer. See how that works out. Go on WebMD. Figure out your own medicine. See how that works out. It's just stupid, man. You hire people to do jobs. We all can't do things. I'm sorry. I'm not a handyman. I don't fix anything around the house. Nothing. My wife's way better than I am at that. She knows. She might try it herself. She's not going to ask me because she knows what I'll do. I'll pick up the phone and go hire somebody because that's not who I am. I'm not the guy who's going to try to be a handyman and then I'm going to make things worse. I'm the guy that you ask him to build something and then there's pieces left over. And you're like, and yeah, that's me. I'm an idiot. So I know my place. And if I was Lamar Jackson, I would have hired an agent to do the job. But you want to be cheap, dude? It's going to end up costing you more in the long run for we have a saying in Spanish. It doesn't sound good in English. Lo barato sale caro. The cheap ends up being expensive. I don't know how, when you go cheap, it becomes expensive, or I don't know. I don't remember an American saying that way. It sounds great in Spanish, right? And it is so, 95% of the time, lo barato sale caro. The cheap stuff ends up becoming the expensive. Listen, you want to buy a PC? You go ahead. I'll buy my Apple. I'll have my Apple, and you'll buy 3 PCs in the process. Because you'll pick up viruses and you'll screw it up. Meanwhile, my Apple is going to keep going for years and years and years. I learned that with my daughter. Got a PC early on, messed it up. Got her an Apple. It lasted forever. She beat the shit out of that like crazy. And that's it. I learned my lesson. Once I went through my second PC, I said, no, let me try this Apple stuff. It's a little bit more expensive, but guess what? In the long run, you end up using less because you'll end up buying more PCs than you will Apples. And that's a proven fact. Go ahead. You want to go the cheap route? It'll cost you more in the long run. And that's what's going to happen to Lamar Jackson. Go cheap. Pay more in the long. Lamar Jackson stayed at a Holiday Inn Express. He's got this. If I was Lamar, I would say, give me Watson's contract. That's basically what they're doing. No man is an island. Amen to that, brother. Amen to that. Dougie Fresh says, excellent point about expertise. It doesn't mean that they are omnipotent or without mistakes, but their decisions will be far less likely to fail, harm you, bankrupt you, or end your life. Exactly. Use people that are pros at what they do, dear brother. You know what I mean? It is what it is. As long as this platform's around, that dude right there will be running it. Sean Stanley. Because he's the man. I can't do what he does. Can't even come close. Don't understand half the shit he does. You can't do that, man. And that's what he's doing. He's just cutting corners. And he thinks that he can do what an agent can do. And it's a shame. It's a shame. Super V says, Big O, speaking of repairs, how did it go with the repairs on your home that was damaged by the young moron kids? We are now working through all of that. We have painted the home and repaired the damage to the home. It wasn't big, the damage to the home. It was more the wall. Right now, as you were talking during the commercial break, I went down to see the folks from Cutter's Edge because they're out here surveying the land and the field, the land to make sure, because they've got to unearth a whole bunch of land now and start to we're going to do complete landscaping of the house now, putting artificial turf on our backyard for our doggies. So that way it's a lot cleaner and safer and cheaper in the long run because I don't have to cut grass all the time. But yeah, it's Cutter's Edge. That's one of our new sponsors. And if you're looking, by the way, to redo your office building, your business, your home, and you want great presentation, Cutter's Edge is out of control. They are an amazing company right there. See, tree trimming. And by the way, we're in hurricane season, so if you need some trees removed and all that, call them and tell them that Big O sent you. Landscaping, outdoor lighting, irrigation, all that kind of stuff. So we are redoing our front and backyards. And I'm happy because my home has been a war zone for months now, and it's just nice to start getting all this thing revamped and redone. We need it. So Cutter's Edge, we are proud to team up with them. And when it says expect excellence, that's exactly what you're going to get. And I'm not going to do it because I can't do what Cutter's Edge does. Okay? I'm not hiring Sean to do what Cutter's Edge does. Okay? Sean, do you can you plant trees and stuff like that? You got that green thumb, Sean? You ready for that? Can I get you for a cheaper price? Is that no? Okay, see? Sean knows his place too. See? He knows. Some of you have that gift that you can like do everything around the house. Yeah, not me. I can do nothing except lie around the house. That's my expertise. I lie around the house, take out the trash, take out the dogs, but I don't do that much more. Maybe change a light bulb. I can do that. Talented enough to do that. But you want me to fix the closet door? No. You want me to paint? Bro, you asked me to paint, I'm going to start playing tic-tac-toe and stuff. Nah, you don't want me to do that. You don't want me to do that at all. By the way, where the hell is Marcel? What happened?
Did you check your phone? He sent us a text.
Oh, I did not see it. Oh, I'm sorry. I have not checked the phone. Oh, I see. Ah, okay. I got you. Okay. Okay. I got it. I got it. He's working right now. I got it. Okay. All right. There we go. Anyway. All right. Leon Fresco says the one sponsor you can do the work for is Blue Chew. Yes. I can do the Blue Chew stuff, but it does work. I tried it just for the hell of it. Like, I'm fine. It works fine. But I did want to try it because I can't tell you guys to even though it was only $5 shipping, which is nothing for a month's supply of Blue Chew. Okay. I still wanted to try it to make sure that it kind of works. So Leon, I'm guilty of trying it. I gotta tell you. I mean, it's Blue Chew. You got to do it, bro. 1 month supply. I think you can still do it. I think it's bluechew.com, promo code Big O. Yeah, you get 1 month supply for free. All you got to do is pay $5 for the shipping. It does work. It does work. Seriously. If you need another pole because you've got extra clothes and shirts you need to hang, Blue Chew. Just saying. Blue Chew works. It'll even give a rise to Tommy Lee, and that's a lot of blood. I'll be here all week. Blue Chew for Blue Steel. Yeah. How many Big O's does it take to change a light bulb? Oh, God, Nikki. About 150. 149 of them talking a lot of shit, and then one of them tries to figure it out. Who knows? But they'll figure it out one way or another. All right, let's give you our liquor split matchup of the night. The Marlins, after getting swept by the Braves, will start a set against Los Padres. Let's get into it. Our liquor split matchup of the night.
It's time to tap that app. And no one loves to tap that app like the Big O. Here's the liquor split matchup of the night.
Pick on Friday, unfortunately, we laid the 1.5 runs, but Atlanta ended up winning, but it was 4-3. We needed that extra run. Unfortunately, couldn't come up with it. So we lost, and our record drops to 26-12-1 during this run, which is still, 39-game stretch, and you're 26-12. That's pretty damn good overall. 6:40 today. The Fathers are in town. Los Padres, the San Diego Padres. Joe Musgrove, 8-5 with a 2.91 ERA. And Sandy is on the mound with a 10-5 record and a 2.01 ERA. Padres are favored by 1.5. Marlins over and under in this game is 6.5 runs. The Marlins are plus 110 in the money line, and the Padres are minus 135. And I know Sandy, he normally is solid. He gave 4 runs in his last outing against the Phillies. I lost that one, actually. So, but I am going to ride the Padres here because I just don't buy the Marlins offense. And the Marlins just continue to struggle to score runs. It's a problem for them. Musgrove is actually a good pitcher. He's got a 2.91 ERA, so it's under 3. I know Sandy's just barely over 2 at 2.01, but Musgrove is no slouch. And the Padres, even though they've got a knuckleheaded player that is out now till next year, they're still a hell of a team. Boy, what a problem you have to deal with that dude. That dude better grow up quickly, man. If he ever will. Will he ever grow up? Will he ever even get it? Anyway, so Padres, Marlins. I'm going to go Padres here, man. I'm going to lay the 1.5 runs. I just don't count on the Marlins offense. I'm going to continue to ride this and take advantage of it. Well, Padres minus 1.5 runs against the Marlins in our liquor split matchup of the night.
The matchup of the night is brought to you by Liquor Split, Miami's own online liquor store. Liquor Split. Download the Tap That app and get your favorite liquor delivered to you for just $2.99. No risk, no drinking and driving. Tap that app with Liquor Split.
By the way, Man of 1,005 Holds also says Blue Chew is amazing. It does work. It works, bro. It works. Okay. You take it and then get aroused, and your partner's going to be happy. There's no doubt about it. So there you go. I'm glad. So I know some of you tried it because you actually sent me like a text or whatever, a DM like, hey, thanks, man. Thanks. So yeah. Yep. The Marlins may need the app for this season. Yeah. God. It sucks to not be able to enjoy Marlins baseball and trust them. You know what I'm saying? That's the part that it hurts, man. It hurts that this team is just not trying to win, and that they don't have the resources or care to spend the resources in order to win. And that's the frustrating part with the Marlins. That's the part that just leaves you, really sour about all of it. Bitcoin, just to keep you updated, still over 24,000. It's at 24,375. So slightly up a little bit since when we started the show, but holding strong. Holding strong. And Ethereum is, I believe it's still under, it just got under 2,000. It's at 19 something. Yes, 1936. It did get over 2,000, which is amazing. The whole market is red, slightly red, only a couple percents for a lot of coins. So it's not really, on the floor or anything like that. It's still pretty strong overall. Again, I will tell you, I am baffled. I don't understand the run. I don't get it, but we'll take it, man. We'll take it. We'll take it. Did you guys see that you listen? I want the University of Miami to have a ton of success, especially with Mario running the show now, being a Miami guy, a former player. I know that this isn't like Manny Diaz knew about the Canes and was associated in a sense of a Miami guy and all that. But no, this guy is a real Cane. This is a guy that played for the Canes, won for the Canes at the highest level. And this is a guy that bleeds the city of Miami and bleeds Coral Gables and the University of Miami. So it is special, incredibly special for him to be here. It means more to Mario Cristobal to win at the University of Miami than anyone else in town and on this planet. And I really mean that. Okay? Yeah, there's a ton of you diehards out there. Of course, I understand all of that. But this guy is beyond that. This is a guy that has lived it, has won it, has bled it, has sweat it, and he wants to. It will mean more to him than anybody else. Okay? And that's good for all you fanatics out there, that you have somebody that loves the program as much or more than you in Mario Cristobal. So I want Mario to succeed like I wanted him to succeed, and he did at FIU. He's a great dude. And the work ethic he brings to the table is second to none. It's one that we all admire. Okay? But I will say this. The way college football goes about its business, it is so cheesy. So they have their scrimmage this weekend, and the media is not invited. They can't cover it. They can't see it. They really don't know what's going on. Neither do you. And unfortunately, nothing against Mario or any coach out there, we don't want to hear you after, because whatever you say is not believable. It's not that Mario was lying. It's just that you're not going to tell us everything. So you might talk about stuff that you're happy with, but you're really not going to elaborate on stuff you're not. And that's why the media needs to be there to kind of, talk about the things that are obvious. And so he's there with Don Bailey Jr., who obviously, and I love DBJ. Who doesn't? DBJ is one of the most golden human beings that's ever existed on the face of the earth. He's just perfect, a great dude. But as we all know, he's not going to ask any tough questions. He's not going to challenge the coach on, well, coach, the line has been a real problem, and it doesn't look like they made a lot of progress. They gave up on nothing. And I'm not saying the line played bad or the D or I don't know. None of us really know. But it's such a cheesy way to go about things. And the media, the second I see Mario and Don Bailey, and that's the one thing that every media outlet has to play as a recap of practice, it's a joke. You're better off not even playing it, but you play it because it's Mario. And because Mario is such a lightning rod in a good way, that you for every media outlet, it's good to have Mario on because Mario is inspirational. Mario is loved. You know what I mean? People gravitate to Mario. So I get it. But God, so cheesy. So cheesy. It just, I watched that and every outlet had it, and I was just laughing my ass off. By the way, kudos to Will Manso and to Clay Ferraro, right, who made fun of that video by them doing all kinds of drills last night on their Sunday show. And that was the only outlet electronically that handled that sorry ass way of coverage of practices from the University of Miami. The only ones. That was good, guys. That was funny. Dookie Lang was in there too. That was good. That was good. That made that video of Don Bailey Jr. and Mario actually watchable or listenable in this case, because you got to watch the guys screw around and goof off. That was awesome. I got to give Channel 10 mad props on that one. That was good. I like it. I like it. Oh, can one segment on your show be Blue Chew testimonials? Oh, and can you add a cooking segment? Well, it is. Aren't you cooking in the bedroom because of Blue Chew? Isn't that a main ingredient in your carousel or well, whatever. Sean, are you doing the wrestling show tomorrow? They're asking. Boss B is asking. Sean, do we have a wrestling show tomorrow? I'm getting a thumbs up. Okay? Thumbs up on wrestling tomorrow. Teddy or Skyler? I'll take Teddy, 2 gloves. You're going to take both of them, and then eventually, if the kid develops, you can trade Teddy later on in the season and go get a pick. Big O, what's the word on Doral? Is it fully up and ready to go? No, it's not. They're hoping to have it up by September or October. Doral. Yep. Tony says, if Bruce Sherman didn't have the money to buy the Marlins and have to get investors, why did the MLB sell it to him when there were others that had the money? Unbelievable. What can I tell you, dude? It was the Derek Jeter thing. And, there's Moss, who has more money than God, and you don't sell it to him. It's crazy. And a Miami guy. That's the other thing. You like your owners that they're actually people from this town, because then they take as much pride in the town as we do. Bruce Sherman is not a Miami guy, and neither is Derek Jeter. Just like Billy Cunningham and Louis Chaffel, just like Jeffrey Loria. You see the theme there? Mickey Harrison, he gives a shit. His boats are right there, right next to the building. Wayne Huizenga, he gave a crap. Bless you, Wayne. He lived here. Broward was his pride. So he spent money. He tried. Ross, kind of a part-time resident because he also lives in New York, but he cares because he tries. He's kind of stupid, but he tries. Viola and Sifu are the only guys that are not Miami guys, yet they've entrenched themselves into this community and building stuff. But more often than not, we get burned by these outside owners. And Jorge Mas is sitting there, and he's going to get, I keep telling you, he'll get this shit right with soccer. That dude's not going to sit there and lose. I watched his face and his frustrations when they weren't playing well and they made all those terrible decisions. And I swear to you, if Jorge Mas could cut his liver out of his body and just slice it up and eat it, he probably would. Okay? With some Favre beans. And eventually he'll get it right. And he got Chris Henderson in there. And now Chris Henderson is slowly but surely turning this thing around. They'll figure it out. They'll make their mistakes, and they did, and they'll figure it out. But Jorge Mas cares because he's Miami, dude. And he's not going to own a team in Miami and suck. So it's like Mickey Harrison. I'm not going to own a team in Miami and suck. You need those owners that care. And Bruce Sherman and Jeter are not, they're not our guys. They're not from South Florida. G. Reed says he has a Blue Chew testimony. I like it. Big O, Keyshawn Johnson just destroyed us on ESPN's First Take. Say We sink this season. That didn't feel good. Bro, Keyshawn Johnson. Come on, man. Keyshawn Johnson. That's your problem, my brother. That's what you're watching on television. You're watching that. You know, you get what you deserve, my brother. Is Kim not as good as advertised, or her knowledge being wasted due to cheap? Oh, yeah. I don't think we'll ever know what Kim Ng is because she doesn't have money. Now, if she's the Avaseo Garcia decision, that was a bad decision on her part. But she has no money, so until you open up the checkbook, you're not getting anywhere. I don't know how to measure Kim Ng without a strong owner. You got to have a strong owner, and then I can measure your general manager. I don't think it's fair to judge Kim Ng. I'm sure some decisions are hers, but if she has no money, she really doesn't have the power to really bring the players she's going to need in to get it done. Does Sean watch WWE documentaries on A&E channel? Last night it was about the rise and fall of D-Generation X. Sean, would you like to answer that?
Yeah, I DVR him. I watch him the next day, so I'll be watching it today.
Okay, there you go. All right. And I'm sure tomorrow night he'll talk about it, right? Since you're having the show tomorrow. So I'm sure that'll be a topic tomorrow. So tune in tomorrow to the Square Circle Digest. They'll get it done. Big O, do you think the Miami Dolphins are going to start Waddle and Tyreek as wide receivers this preseason? I think it'll be game 3. I thought it was game 2. I heard Drew Rosenhaus last night on Channel 7 say that he's been hearing that a lot of he's hearing from players, wow, that's a cool Black Mood shirt. I want to get that shirt. Nice. Let me retweet that just for the hell of it so I can remind myself. Anyway, so I just damn it, what was I saying now? What were we talking about now? Yes, the rehearsal game, I think now is going to be the third game, not the second game. I thought it would be this week coming up. He says that a lot of the teams are doing it in week 3 because they have a week after that still to rest and all that to recharge. So pretty cool. So if they're going to do that, then you have one more week, and then you'll see Tyreek and Waddle starting for a half, I would imagine, in week 3 of the preseason. Okay. But at one point, if the dress rehearsals this week or next week, you'll see those guys because they have to play them all together at once to kind of see what they got. Okay. All right. It's the top of the hour. Let's take a quick break. Hour number 4 is coming up. Marcel Louis-Jacques will join us at 1:15. Give us 2 minutes here to rest the voice right here on the Big O Radio Show.
If you're a Miami sports fan, then there's only one store to go to, and that's Caneswear at Miami Fanwear in Davie. They're your one-stop shop for all your inner Miami CF, Canes, Dolphins, Panthers, and Marlins merchandise. They have hats, t-shirts, game day jerseys, and so much more. Located at 2511 South University Drive in Davie, and open 24/7 online at caneswear.com or innermiamiwear.com. Call them at 954-835-5597. Caneswear, the spot where inner Miami and all Miami sports fans shop.
Sports Grill on Bird Road, Miami Lakes, and their newest location in Doral is now hiring. If you're looking to join a great company and South Florida institution, give them a ring or drop an email. Sports Grill is hiring all kinds of positions from hostess to servers, bartenders, or join the kitchen staff to craft some great food for their amazing customers. Please send your resume to m.cruz@sportsgrillmiami.com or call 305-219-5726. That's 305-219-5726. Sports Grill. Good food, good drink, good friends.
Red Recover now offers a simple-to-use, professional-grade light therapy device designed to help your dog heal and live a healthier life. Red Recover emits red and infrared light therapy based on the same science that NASA developed, all in a soft, flexible housing pad powered by a convenient, rechargeable lithium-ion battery. Give your dog the same therapy that many veterinarians use today, but at a fraction of the cost. Pads are available in 3 sizes and come with attachment straps, clips, and an easy-to-use manual. Red Recover can help your dog with arthritic conditions, muscle soreness, intervertebral disc disease, ACL rehabilitation, performance, aging, and general health and happiness. You simply place the pad over the desired area and allow our proprietary Tri-Light therapeutic wrap to penetrate deep into the tissue where a number of healing parameters will be stimulated. When starting treatment, apply for 10 to 15 minutes daily and lessen the application time as needed for best results. Say yes to science and give your dog the care it deserves with Red Recover.
The viewpoint statements or beliefs expressed on the following program by the host, guests, or callers are not necessarily the opinions of FantasyXS.com, Media Group Inc. ownership, management, sponsors, or website. When it comes to South Florida sports teams, very few in the media have witnessed, lived, and covered it like the Big O. Let's start the program dedicated to your favorite South Florida teams with a passion that's unmatched. The Big O Radio Show is on. Here's the Big O.
There we go. I love Apple Pay. So quick. Ordered my Black Mood shirt. Just got it now. Really cool shirt. Actually got an autographed because their new CD is out, and I'm a Adelita's Way. I'm a big Adelita's Way fan, and Rick DeJesus, the lead singer, I've had him on my show. In fact, I should call Rick, try to get him on again now, and I'm hoping that they get a South Florida date. So they were coming to the west coast of Florida, and I went to go check them out, and the Black Moods were opening up, and I got to meet them, and hung out with them after the show because I was backstage with Rick DeJesus from Adelita's Way, and so he introduced me to the Black Moods, and because I asked him, "Hey man, can you introduce me to the guys?" Because they were phenomenal. So I became a big fan of the Black Moods. Had them on the show. I got to get them on also. They've got a new CD out, and I'm hoping they come out. So I ended up going on the site now after I saw the post on Twitter of their new shirt. So I bought the new shirt. I saw that they had the new CD autographed. So boom, got one of those ready to go. It's pretty quick. In a 2-minute break, you get to do all of that. I love it. All right, let's talk a little football. Marcel Louis-Jacques is ready to go with our myedgedrink.com Miami Dolphins report.
Time to get the edge on the Miami Dolphins with our Edge Energy Drink Miami Dolphins report. When you want the energy drink that's delicious and smooth with zero aftertaste, you can only order Edge Energy Drink at myedgedrink.com. That's myedgedrink.com. Here's the ESPN Dolphin insider Marcel Louis-Jacques.
All righty. There you are. How you feeling, my man?
How you doing, man?
How was Tyreek?
It was cool, man. Had a little conversation with him. I was supposed to talk to Jake. Jake was on Superstar Time a little bit, but they actually just started recording the podcast down at Soul Runner. I watched a few minutes of it before taking off. I got to say, man, look, I don't know a whole lot about Jake Paul other than, you either love him or hate him, but he's a pretty big dude. Like, as far as he's not like a heavyweight, I'm not talking 6'3", 240 pounds, but probably about my height, and I'm 6'1", 6'2", pretty stocky guy. Like I can see where the boxing training has kicked in. I guess I can say, like, bigger than I thought. But
well, you haven't seen him in the ring when he's in the ring.
I haven't seen him in real life.
Like, oh, okay. You can tell. You can tell. Yeah, you can tell he's not a stick pole, bro. I mean,
no, he's not a stick, but it was like, wow, yeah, he's pretty like tall. I was like, he's a pretty big dude. I didn't know. Didn't talk to him.
Well, but if you're going to get in the world of fighting, if you want to step in the ring and fight with people,
you can't.
You better have some guns. You know what I'm saying?
You cannot be small. But yeah, no, it was cool. Long line of people. I think it was kind of a surprise that Jake was going to be here today. Because if not, I feel like that mall would have shut down. This mall would have shut down. There was already a pretty large group outside. I don't know if they're necessarily letting people in until like we'll call it 1:30 or 2. But there's a lot of people out there already. Heavy security and police presence too. That was shocking, man. I was like, damn, they're expecting hell to come down here. Like it was about maybe 7, 8 police officers outside the store, just in case.
So they were way more prepared than they were at the Capitol on the 6th. I got you. Okay.
Yeesh.
Hey man, you threw up the volley. I had to slam it. What do you want me to do, bro? I mean, come on.
I feel like I threw the volley and you hit it to the other side of the court. You shot it at the other hoop, bro.
It was a Serena slam right there, baby. Okay, that was a Serena slam. That's how special that slam was. It was a Serena slam. All right. Your thoughts on Skylar Thompson? What do you think?
Hey man, what have we been saying? What have I been saying on this show for 2-3 weeks? The kid can throw the ball. Like his processing speed, his processing up here has sped up rapidly over the last 2 weeks. The first day of practice, this man mishandled 3 snaps. It wasn't bad snaps. He just dropped 3 snaps. He's reading plays after the snap. He's trying to read defense after the fact, and it wasn't good. And he's really been one of the most improved players at training camp, along with Trill Williams, which is why it was such a shame to watch Trill go down with the torn ACL on Saturday. But I think Skylar Thompson, I mean, obviously there are some throws that he probably shouldn't have made. There are some times maybe he was trying to make something happen before, trying to make too much happen and forcing the issue. Almost through, it would have been a hell of a pick for Tampa, but that's probably a ball that you gotta get on top of. Took a couple sacks deep in territory, which isn't ideal. One of them, Larnell Coleman, got bodied by a 240-pound outside linebacker. That's not Thompson's fault. And I think the second sack, our boy Tanner Connor and Mohamed Sanu ran into each other on their route. You can watch Thompson's eyes. That's where he was looking from the jump when he saw coverage 0. So he had a plan. The plan failed, and that one's not necessarily his fault. They sent more blitzers than they had blockers. So obviously it's what coverage 0 entails. But all in all, man, for a 4-quarter effort, we knew that we were going to see a heavy dose of him based on his usage at practice on Thursday. Teddy Bridgewater had a little bit of back tightness. McDaniel said it's something that keep an eye on, because this is the first time that Teddy Bridgewater has had some back tightness this summer alone. Backs are a hard thing to get 100% healthy. So I would just keep an eye on that. I don't think that Thompson is necessarily in the running for QB2 right now. I think that he's a guy who, they're going to have, like we said, they're going to have to have a real conversation whether or not they want to keep 3 quarterbacks on the roster, because I'm not.
Oh, that's going to happen.
So I'm not sure. Some team does want 3 quarterbacks on the roster, and if Miami lets him go and hopes to scoop him back up on the practice squad, it might be difficult. It might be difficult. But he is a 7th-round rookie.
It's not difficult. It's only difficult if you're stupid enough to have wide receivers that can't help you on special teams on the back end. It's stupid to keep a 3rd quarterback if you don't have your corners on the back end helping you out on special teams. It's stupid to keep a 3rd quarterback if you're not going to have running backs on the back end that can help you out on special teams. It's stupid to keep a 3rd quarterback if the back end of your tight ends can't help you out on special teams. So what they did incredibly stupid last year with Brian Flores, where they had too many players on the back end of certain positions that were not two-way players. That's why the rise of a young man on Saturday night out of nowhere, and especially on special teams, allowed him to all of a sudden get himself back into the mix, which you were I believe you commented on it on social media.
Lynn Bowden showed up. You can't control who you're lined up against. All you can control is your actions and what you do. The whole point, you ask these guys, what are you hoping to do in preseason? I've had conversations with numerous NFL players, numerous bubble players. What are you hoping to do? Man, I just got to go make a play. Lynn Bowden
No
made play
more
after play.
Albert Wilson that can't help you on special teams. And no more effing Sam Eguavoen. Nice guy. Great story out of the CFL. You're a one-trick pony. You can help out some on special teams, and you're an absolute liability as a linebacker. You were in the right place at the right time on Saturday night. That was all Darius Hodge, not you, dude. And on one drive, you absolutely handed a touchdown to a team by one bad play after another. And there is nothing memorable about Sam Eguavoen on the field as a linebacker in the regular season. It doesn't exist. So the valedictorian of summer school is over, bro. No more players that cannot help you in two ways. No more. Bench players
He missed a couple.
He
missed a couple critical tackles there.
No, he
missed a couple critical tackles on that touchdown drive. That
3 times. No,
I
three.
think that,
Go,
like you
go
said,
look
they
at 3 plays.
directly.
3 plays. Yeah.
It directly
Single-handedly,
led to a Buccaneers touchdown. Yeah.
Yeah.
So no, you can't do
Single-handedly,
that, and that's
after.
something that they'll for sure watch on they'll bring up in the film room, and I'm sure that we'll see some tackling drills because he wasn't the only one, but I'm sure we'll see some tackling drills come Tuesday morning.
You can't have players. You can't have backup players who are liabilities one way or another. They got to be able to play running back, and they got to be able to be a flyer, a returner, whatever the hell. The corners at the back end, they got to be able to do something besides play corner. And so on and so forth. And that's how you can keep 3 quarterbacks on the roster with no problem whatsoever. But if you're going to build your roster the way you did the last couple of years under Flo, where the guys in the back end weren't flexible enough, that doesn't fly, man. That doesn't fly. And I think that's a characteristic, and I give Lynn a lot of credit because, Poupard even said it earlier today. What really helped out Lynn was the returns, because you're not going to play a lot of receiver on this team. They don't need you unless there's a lot of injuries. So, dude, can you help us out in the other area? And I thought that was huge.
It was. I mean, it was interesting to see Preston Williams line up at punt return to start the game. Doesn't really fit the mold as your prototypical punt returner, but look, man, whatever opportunities you can get, you have to use, right? So, but didn't really make plays on the field at receiver. Like, I think you would hope for somebody who is publicly campaigning for more playing time, more reps, more opportunities. There's 2 more games for him to do so. There's 2 more games for him to do so, but I don't think it's necessarily off to a great start. Lynn Bowden is off to a great start. The problem is, like we've been saying, the top four is set. Top 4 is set as far as receivers goes. The difference between keeping 6 and 7.
5. I think Sherfield's 5, and all those guys are battling to see if they keep a 6. But if they keep a 6, you've got to be a two-way player along with Sherfield. That's
the thing, because Craig Kraft is a two-way player, and now Lynn Bowden has shown he's a two-way player. Where I would maybe give Bowden the edge is, again, I'd use him as a punt returner. That way you don't have to use Tyreek and Jalen. I don't care how much Tyreek Hill is lobbying to return punts. We're paying you $30 million a year. You are playing offense, and that's it, my brother.
Yeah.
My brother in Christ.
It's
you are not playing special teams.
No, only desperation purposes, that you need a quick score or something at the end of a half, end of a game. That's when you use Tyreek or Waddle as a weapon back there. I think you're going to use Mostert a lot more than those guys, actually, if anything, because those guys are going to run so many routes. The running backs are going to be a committee type of thing. But Lynn is also a superior athlete. And that's why the other thing, you want to keep him as your 6th guy if he continues to shine in a two-way fashion. I think it's super, super important, because the other guys that we're talking about, they don't bring the versatility that this kid has. This kid has the potential to help you out in so many ways. And we all saw that from him, that he was a runner, a pass catcher, and now you see him also helping you out in the return game. So he's a kid that has a lot of talents.
Yeah, he is. And, weird scenario with the Raiders. What was it, last year? His rookie year or the year before? Weird scenario in which he is drafted in the 3rd round and then traded before training camp is even over. Like he didn't really have much of a chance to kind of establish himself in the NFL. I think that he's starting to find his footing. He's clearly a plus. He's clearly a plus athlete. So again, yeah, I think that gives him the edge over Craycraft. But that's no disrespect to River Craycraft, who I think has had a good training camp as well. He's been impressive.
Yeah, no, I'm with you there. What's your view on what's going on at corner now with the loss of Tua Williams? I ran it by Poupard. He agreed with me. I don't think, because everybody's written about all the veteran options out there. I don't think they're going to sign a veteran. I think they're going to try to find a young guy, a developmental guy, because a veteran will be a pain in the ass. The veteran will want to play. The second you bring him in, he's not going to be happy being the 4th corner and battling with Keon Crossan or something like that. You're going to inherit a problem with Joe Hayden or what's the other guys?
Like a Xavier Rhodes,
Harris,
or Chris
Xavier
Harris
Rhodes,
type.
AJ Bowie, Janoris Jenkins. All those dudes are going to complain about being a 4th corner. You're probably going to get a young guy. Do you agree or disagree on that?
It depends on how they feel about Byron Jones, because at this point, I don't really think that Byron's going to be ready for week 1. If we haven't even, maybe if we see him on the field tomorrow, then we'll, I'll be a little more open to the idea. But we're now less than a month away before week 1, and we haven't seen him practice at all. I think that if he's not ready by the 3rd preseason game,
needs a couple of weeks. He only needs a couple of weeks to run around.
To come off Achilles surgery.
I mean,
I don't know about all that. I'm not saying he's going to be out for 2
this
months.
This wasn't a complete tear.
It wasn't a complete tear, but it's been enough to keep him out since February. Like it was serious enough to clean up.
Yeah, but I
look, man. Achilles is Achilles, and football shape is football shape. Like he's got to get ready. I'm losing my faith in his availability for week 1 until I see him on the field. Like he was supposed to be ready for training camp, and he's not. We're 3 weeks into training camp, and he's not in there. So I think that who they sign and who they bring in to work out is going to say a lot about what they feel about Byron Jones' status. Mackenzie Alexander is working out with the team today. I believe that's a former 1st-round pick of the Minnesota Vikings in 2017, give or take. I think it was the year after they won the national title. He's kind of like right in that tweener ground. He's a vet technically, but he's still, he's young enough. I don't know if he's necessarily established enough to be hot on the market, but he's a guy who, if he's your 4th cornerback, I don't think he has a stake. I don't think he has a claim to the throne as a starter. You know what I'm saying? So they just need somebody who's going to hold down the fort, because look, man, Noah Igbinoghene is a good kid. He says all the right things. He is nice. He is mature. He is humble. He is not ready to be an NFL starter. No. We're getting to a point where he's not ready to be an NFL cornerback.
He hasn't made any progress. No progress.
It's his instincts, or I guess lack thereof, are the concerning part here. And when you look at that touchdown they gave up on Saturday night between him and Brandon Jones,
I still don't know who's. Sure. Yeah, that's the thing. I don't know who's the call. But then again, that's a problem for both guys. That's the one thing that Brandon has to work on, is coverage. So it could be his mistake. And obviously Noah has been a struggle, from the get-go. So that's the problem there, that if it was X and him, you would know it was him that screwed up. If it was Byron Jones and him, you would know it was him that screwed up. But the problem is we're talking about 2 dudes that it could easily be either guy, and we don't know what the call was. That's the thing.
It looked like cover 3 with the cover 3 beater. That's what the route that Darden ran, gets you right between the corner and the safety. You send 2 across the field. It didn't help that Duke Riley and I think Sam Eguavoen bit so incredibly hard on the play action. But if you watch, I need to watch the All-22, because watching the dots, you kind of see Brandon Jones take a step forward on the play action. And so if his job is that quarter and he plays forward he bites on the play action and realizes, shit, it's a pass, then it kind of looked like he's scrambling. That's why he's chasing darting across
Yeah.
the field. Like if he's supposed to be in the flat, I don't see why he would be on that side of the field. That's why I'm not so ready to call it a cover 3. It could very well be cover 4. It would explain why, it would explain a little bit why Noah was playing outside leverage on Darden to start if he expected help on the inside. It would explain why Nick Needham was, rolled so far over the field. So I don't know. We don't know what the coverage is. This is why, I've learned one thing I've learned in my NFL coverage is to not snap to judgment on a play because we don't know the assignment. We don't know what they're asked to do. You can think that you know. Like that's why I've had an NFL GM told me FPFF, F word PFF, because they don't know what the F our guys are asked to do. Like they don't know. So they're assigning grades. They could be grading on this scale when he was asked to do Y. They're grading for X and the man's asked to do Y. So they don't know what they're doing. So don't, that's why PFF grades are so funny because like people want to.
There we go.
So let's watch it. Let's watch it.
Go ahead. Sean, you're teasing us.
You see how Brandon Jones is scrambling?
Yeah.
Eyes too far in the backfield. That's why I'm not positive. I'm not positive. You got Noah playing outside leverage. He runs straight back, realizes Brandon Jones is underneath, and he tries to cover over the top. I guess that would explain the cushion. That would explain the soft coverage. But again, this is all in defense of Noah Igbinoghene because he could very well, that could have been his man in cover 3, and he's just playing too far off. But either way,
it seems to me like Noah's got the deep coverage, and he just didn't read and react right. That's all. But again,
both,
you just don't.
It can be both. Like the instincts are off. And it could be it could just be a bad call. It could, because I mean, when you look at that, they had whoever number 10 is, they had 2 receivers that were essentially wide open.
There's people there to make a play. So, and the problem with instincts, Noah doesn't have any because he's a receiver still trying to develop those instincts. And the only way you develop those instincts, dude, is to go out there and make a shit ton of mistakes. And then eventually the light will go on and you'll figure it out, hopefully. The problem is how many teams have the luxury of allowing you to go out there and just play and make all kinds of mistakes. They just don't. And that's the, like, he's the kind of kid that needs the USFL. You see what I'm saying? He kind of needs to go somewhere where he would play if there was a minor league system for him, because when you're asking for a player to change positions and then all of a sudden they've played receiver their whole career and now in their college career, you ask them to change a corner, it just becomes a real challenge for those kind of cats. And especially at this level that, as you know, the guys at this level, this is the difference. They're all blessed with ability, but the guy that can be smarter than the other guy, the guy that can think faster than the other guy, that's the guy that succeeds in this league.
I'm kind of surprised why Noah hasn't either been tried out or insisted on working as a punt returner, considering he's this plus athlete, converted wide receiver. Like, you've got the speed to do it.
Right.
Figure it out. Like, why be a gunner? Try to return. But I don't know, man. Look, he has been in hell in practice with Tyreek Hill. Jalen Darden kept him there in one-on-ones. Julio Jones kept him there in 11-on-11 last week. And then Jalen Darden brought him right back to hell in mid-game. So it's a matter of, okay, man, like, yeah, I'd understand if you're getting cooked by Tyreek Hill. I even moderately understand if you are by Julio Jones, if you're getting mossed by Julio Jones. But, like, Jalen Darden should not be giving you this type of work right now.
Right.
Like, it's concerning for his abilities as a cornerback, man. But, like, as a person, I hate having to do this. I hate criticizing him like this because he's such a mature, like, he's a good kid. He's a good dude. The instincts just don't seem to be there.
Yep. Austin Jackson, your thoughts?
I think, like, Omar has been saying he looks like an NFL starter, and I agree. I don't know if he's, a Pro Bowl caliber starter right now, but at least he looks comfortable on the right side. He looks comfortable in what he's being asked to do in this offense. I think the wide zone is going to help the more athletic guys, and it seems to be doing that so far. They've got so many, as I've been saying for months, this coaching staff has so much offensive line experience, so much offensive line development experience between Frank Smith and Matt Alpenbaum and even Lemuel Jean-Pierre, who's a former NFL lineman and can now take kind of a step back, from being the guy, from being the position coach. Because I've talked to guys about Lem, and I think his value is the value is in the chemistry that he brings. His value is in how he can relate to players and how they confide in him and this and that. I don't know if he was that good of a position coach, but as an assistant coach right now, as he learns, he's got value on this team. So Austin Jackson has been far improved. This line in general has been much improved. They struggled to run block last week, and that kind of showed up on game day as well. But Tampa sold out to stop the run a little bit, and that is their forte. So you can only read so far into it.
So did you pick up drinking? Did you start doing cocaine? What kind of hard drugs are you doing now that you actually watch Larnell Coleman become a serviceable player?
Who said he was a serviceable player? I think he's their swing tackle by default right now because it's between him and
he did a good
Greg
job
Little.
after the sack. He did a good job the rest of the night.
Sure. Yeah,
what?
Sure. I don't know. He's
not
like
going to
said,
give
he's
him
the
any
swing
love
tackle
at
by
least.
default. He's the swing tackle by default.
He didn't
kept
play
his
bad on
quarterback.
Saturday night. He did all right on Saturday night,
He didn't
dude.
play bad. He didn't play great. He's not like one of my stars.
He
of the
didn't
game,
play like
but
Larnell Coleman.
It's one of those where if you're not talking about offensive linemen, they're probably doing it all right. They're probably doing okay.
Right.
So we didn't talk about him for most of the night.
On the touchdown to the right side of Skylar threw, he was the key tackle on that pass rush. He guided that guy right outside and kept him away from Skylar. Skylar could step into the pocket and unload and throw the touchdown. So I'm just saying, I got to give Larnell has been so terrible. He never even looked like he resembled an NFL lineman. The guys actually look serviceable. And against Tampa, he ended up winning all his one-on-ones that one day. It was like he's doing things that you never saw Larnell Coleman do. Give him a little love, bro. Come on. You're a meanie. You're a meanie.
Good coaching and the Teron Armstead effect, That'll
You're
do
a
it.
meanie.
I loved that play call, though, from McDaniel. Right off the turnover, plus territory. Be aggressive, take a shot down the field, and it worked out. I like that. As a play caller, I thought that Mike McDaniel showed us some chops yesterday or Saturday.
You're a mean individual. Yeah. Poor young man is working his ass off. You're constantly ripping Larnell Coleman. And now that he plays a little bit, Marcel can't give him a little love for showing the edge.
Hey, look. I think this is the first time I've ever talked about Larnell Coleman, to be fair.
All right. So give me a name that caught your eye and you're saying that guy should make this team or might make this team. Who is it?
I mean, same guy that I mentioned a few days ago, Tanner Connor. Man, clocked him at 20.88 miles per hour. The guy can move at tight end. That's the speed that they're looking for. Showed a little yak ability. Forced the penalty by getting downfield on kickoff so fast. So we know he plays special teams. I'm telling you, man, he is a guy who, if they take 3 tight ends, it's going to have to be a decision between Hunter Long and Tanner Connor. I know they're going to have to eat a little bit of money, I believe, if they let go of Hunter Long. But I think Tanner Connor's got some crazy upside here. And I think that he might fit the system a little better than Mike Gesicki, who knows? I know Omar has floated this idea before of Gesicki for Roquan Smith. I don't necessarily agree with it, but I also don't think that Gesicki is.
They don't need a tight.
Not exactly.
Does Omar know? They don't need a tight end, bro. They don't need a tight end.
They don't. They have 9 tight ends in that.
Right, and they have that Cole, whatever guy. He's actually a decent tight end. Not this incredible. Yeah, that guy. He's fine. They have tight ends, so it's that's not a trade that'll work out.
I don't agree with that trade specifically, but I wouldn't be totally stunned if Gesicki was traded, just because he's not exactly a hand and glove fit in this scheme.
I agree with that. I agree with that. I can see him being traded.
Yeah. In that case, then they would probably roll out with Smythe, Long, and Tanner Connor.
I think in a perfect world, they're going to wait to trade Gesicki more towards the trading deadline. They want to find out what they have, if they can make him a blocker, play him throughout the season because he's a pass catcher. But the thing that you did bring up with Tanner Connor that's interesting is it's a theme from the whole team. It's, okay, McDaniel got there and said, wow, this team's slow. And Chris Greer's like, yeah. So let's go add some speed. And Tyreek and Cedric's actually fast for a big slot guy. He's got some speed. Then they added Mostert and they added Chase to add speed there. And now all of a sudden they see this Tanner Connor kid who's a converted wide receiver to tight end, ran track and all that. So now they're looking to add speed to that dimension of that position. That is the theme of this entire offseason. Add speed everywhere and anywhere you can on offense.
Add speed. Go fast. There's a clip of Mike McDaniel from F1 that I know is going to be brought up multiple times this season, where he's like, go faster. You need to go faster. That's my only coaching note. That's this team in a nutshell. Faster.
Yeah. Well, and one of the things I talked about on Saturday after the game, the fortunate thing is you have a quick twitch athlete in Tua. Tua's a guy that can decipher quickly, and he proved it last 2 years after behind no line and no running game. He had to make quick decisions. Now he will make quick decisions that are favorable to him on a consistent basis because you will not be able to stay with all that speed on the field. There's going to be a mismatch on every down somewhere, and Tua's going to find that mismatch and take advantage of it. So the fact that you have a guy that doesn't hold on to the ball, pat, looking around, this is a guy that can look quickly and decipher quickly and deliver quickly, is a plus to having all this speed on the field. Your thoughts on that?
Yeah, I mean, speed creates a mismatch because you can't necessarily scheme around it. You know what I mean? You can think to be in the right place at the right time. The Bills were in the right place at the right time with 13 seconds left. Tyreek's just faster than them. So you can have the perfect play call. It doesn't matter when you have a game breaker, and this offense is full of game breakers.
Yep, I'm with you there. All right, Cameron Good. Why would you keep what's it called? Mr. CFL. Cameron Good looks to me like the kind of guy. 2 7th-round picks, Skylar and Cameron Good, making an impact and earning a roster spot on this team.
Yeah, it just speaks to the scouting department, right? Their college scouting department. The fact that they could still find quality in the 7th round. He, I believe, is the 7th in history, in Cal's history in sacks. Like, we knew that he had pass rush talent. He's going to be cheaper. He's younger, more malleable, I guess, than Sam Eguavoen. It's going to be a battle. It's a battle to watch. It's a battle to watch. But either way, I think that Good is somebody that you can stash on the practice squad. I'm not sure if Eguavoen is, so it depends on how highly they value Sam Eguavoen.
I disagree with you. I don't think you're going to be able to hide Cameron Good on the practice squad. I think that's a guy you have to keep on your active roster. He takes Eguavoen's space, is what I'm trying to tell you. I don't think Sam Eguavoen makes this team. I think a guy like Cameron Good is going to be on the back end. And you just answered it right there. You already knew he can play on the line. Well, guess what? He can also help you out at linebacker. So the fact that he can play two ways, and if he can help you out on special teams, then all of a sudden you got yourself, a pretty versatile player.
And versatility is always going to get you the nod unless you're a bona fide superstar. If you're on the roster bubble, versatility always gets you the nod. So 2 games left, still several practices left to go. Can't wait to see that joint practice with the Eagles in a couple of weeks. Just, increased adversity. Response to adversity is really important to Mike McDaniel. I asked him about it last week. So how you respond in adverse situations, I want to see Good. I want to see Good keep his head when his back's against the wall a couple more times this summer, and then we'll see I give them a nod. I got to turn in a 53-man roster pretty soon here anyway. So, I'm still personally undecided.
Finest energy drink on the planet is Edge Energy Drink. Go to myedgedrink.com. Use our code Big O. You will get 10% off. You cannot get it in a store. You got to order it online, and we deliver it right to your home. So go to myedgedrink.com. That's myedgedrink.com, and use my code Big O to get 10% off. All right. What are you working on over on ESPN so folks can check you out, my friend?
Yeah, I'm about to take Jake Paul one-on-one. We're about to go run routes on the field. I'm gonna post that. I'm just fuck with Jay. I'm not. Getting ready for practice tomorrow. Still got a grand piece. I can tell you that the focus is Tua, the one I've been working on. That's what's coming. This was a good. This is gonna go a long way. My conversations today are gonna go a long way toward that story. So looking forward to getting that hammered out. Writing about cornerbacks coming up this week. That should be coming out either Wednesday or Thursday. And from there, it's more reactive, man. We'll see. We'll write as the stories come along. As I always love that football season is back. I don't care if it's preseason football. It's better than speculation. So I love being able to talk about things that we've actually seen.
All right, there you go. And follow him on Twitter at Marcel_LJ, and catch him twice a week here with our Edge Energy Drink Miami Dolphins Insider Report. And remember, myedgedrink.com. Use our code Big O and get 10% off. Delicious, smooth, and zero aftertaste. Edge Energy Drink. Marcel, as always, thank you, my friend. Appreciate you.
Yes, sir. See y'all Thursday.
You got it. There you go. You got the edge.
Now have the edge on the Miami Dolphins with the Edge Energy Drink Miami Dolphins Report featuring ESPN's Marcel Louis-Jacques. Get the energy drink that's delicious and smooth with zero aftertaste. You can only order Edge Energy Drink at myedgedrink.com. That's myedgedrink.com.
Alrighty. Thank you all out there, as always, keeping it locked here on Le Programme. If you want to get in on the Welt and Rayom text line, 855-912-1056. That's 855-912-1056. If you want to get in on the Welt and Rayom text line, you can also reach out to us on Twitter. That's at Big O Show. Follow us there as always. A lot of things to talk about there on the Twitter page. You saw the Zach Wilson injury. So he's got the bone bruise and obviously the meniscus tear, and he had a little bit of a scope. And so he's not going to miss a ton of time, and he'll get back. And it was a non-contact deal, which this could happen to anyone at any time. It could happen to you and me just getting in and out of our cars. Okay? It could happen going down the stairs. It was just one of those freakish things. It's cringeworthy. Look, I'm not wishing anything bad on the kid. Okay, I know that it's the Jets, and I can't stand the Jets, and I don't wish injury on players. I don't care if you're even a Jet fan. That's just not cool. That's not my thing. But it is something to use as an example that you got to play the game. And in Zach's case, he has to play. He's raw. He's made a ton of mistakes. He needs playing time. So no one should question the head coach for playing him when the kid needs a ton of playing time. He's just too raw at this point. So that was the smart thing to play him. It was just bad luck to lose him. It's just like the Tua Williams thing. Trua's not proven himself. Let's not act like, oh my God, he's done. He's the guy. No, he's shown a lot of potential, but he hasn't really put it all together, and we haven't seen it, so you got to play him. And I know he was playing in the second half, but he's a guy that still needs reps, needs experience, and unfortunately, he suffers an injury that freaking sucks, dude. But it is part of the game. It's called football. It's a tough sport. It's tough on you physically, and you have bad. I saw Ed Perry blow out his knee, jogging off the field, stepping on the separation between the grass and the baseball diamond. I'm standing there on the sidelines, and Ed Perry's running off the field. I've told this story before, but the other way around. I've been talking. I talk about how Ed Perry's a tough son of a bitch, that he blew out his ligament, and then he went in. They needed him to snap for an extra point. With a blown knee ligament, he went out there and snapped it on a dime. But that's not what I'm trying to tell you. What I'm trying to tell you is the guy, I'm standing on the sidelines, and he comes running off the field, and he blows out his knee ligament because he stepped right there in between the diamond and the thing, and then that twisted his foot a little, and that right there blew out his knee ligament, his ACL. He's jogging, he blows it out, and then he kind of like slows down his jog. He ends up and he looks at his trainer and says, "Hey, man, I feel something in my knee." And the trainer goes and looks at his knee, and he's like, "Yeah, I think you might have blown your knee ligament." And within seconds, they're like, "Yo, Ed, we need you out here." And the dude goes jogging out there with a blown knee ligament to go make the snap. It's football, man. It sucks. You lose guys with contact. You lose guys with non-contact. Ed went on the IR right after that. After that game, he went on the IR. But at the moment, he can make the snap. How awesome is that? How awesome is Ed Perry? He blew out his knee ligament. He's like, yeah, no, you need me? Yeah, no problem. Let's go. Ed used to do something really cool. When he would warm up, he would grab the ball, right, with two hands like this, and he'd throw it like that. Because it was kind of the snapping motion, right? Same thing, but he'd do it long distance. And it'd come out like a dart. And it was like two hands, like, he'd spin it and throw it at you. It wasn't like a regular throw. It was like something that he would practice because it had to do with his snapping. And so it was something that he would practice, and boom, boom. And it was just like a bolt that would come out directly to whoever was on the other side that he would throw the ball to. It was one of those things that he would practice, little things that these guys do in order to kind of, keep sharp. And Ed Perry was just an absolute monster when it came to long snapping. Man, he was just money all the way. Perfect Q says, Big O, with all the pass interference calls coming, would you want to see the penalty change to 15 yards like in college? Oh, it all depends, my brother. It all depends on the penalty, the kind of penalty, when it happens. I don't mind the spot of the ball for the foul because, sometimes you'll do a dirty foul down there and you're only going to give up 15 yards. So no, that's the thing. You can use that to your advantage, and that's something you've got to avoid. So it all depends. What else do we have here on the text line? Bucks fans were so high on Kyle Trask as a replacement for Brady when he retires. Saturday, they learned he ain't the guy. Dougie Fresh. Oh, have you watched the Woodstock 99 documentary? Holy hell. Yeah, I did. I talked about it. What was it, last week or the week before? I think it was. I talked about it. It's freaking crazy. I saw it a few weeks back, and it was crazy, man. Sean's already watched it twice. I don't know how those people survived. I would have never been able to survive. I would have left. I would have walked back to my car and hauled ass. Probably would have done that. Did someone get injured from walking down the stairs? Yeah, one of us. David Bowens once injured a knee ligament changing a light bulb. Can happen at any time. That's why anybody that complains about Zach Wilson, it's ridiculous. You complain about Trill Williams, it's ridiculous. They got to play. They got to play. And unfortunately, it's part of the game and it sucks. That's why I always tell you when you ask me about like predictions, and I tell you, well, let's wait till the end of the preseason. Let's make sure. Let's see who's survived. Okay. Breaking: Rangers have relieved Chris Woodward of managerial duties, according to a person with direct knowledge of the situation, according to Evan Grant of the Dallas Morning News. So he go. Well, we love to do something when sports and business collide. There's a little sum that we have on this show, and it is called, where we'll be on Friday, by the way, in Doral. They have 3 offices in Dade, Broward, and Palm Beach counties. It's the KSDT CPA Sports Business Report. Things in Washington are getting worse. No, it's not the new bill that they just passed to spend a ton of money. No. It's not that one. That's bad enough as it is. The Washington Commanders, other problems in Washington, will probably have to add dwindling attendance to their lengthy list of troubles this season. Tickets to the team's Saturday preseason opener against the Panthers were reportedly selling for as low as $1 on the secondary platform Game Time. This is despite the fact that there's a quarterback battle, this is the part I love, in Carolina between incumbent Sam Darnold and recently acquired Baker Mayfield. An intriguing storyline that could draw fans. Really? Seriously, who's the effing idiot going, I got to buy a ticket, bro. I got a Baker Mayfield, Sam Darnold. That's one of the great battles of all time, dude. Are you kidding me? That's worth the price of attendance right there. To go watch those 2 guys battle to start for Carolina and see who's the idiot that's going to win 5 games and get pummeled. Everything seems to be trending downward for the Washington franchise. In 2006, they were the most valuable in all of American sports. Last season, the team had by far the lowest attendance in percentage by 64%. That's 31st. Lions were second. Lions had it at number 1 at 79.9. And then, of course, owner Dan Snyder and his front office are under federal investigation for a toxic work environment, as well as financial improprieties related to withholding ticket revenue that is meant to be shared with other teams. Nobody's going to training camps. There's just a couple of people there. They don't want to go to the games. They keep tarping off more and more of the second level of the stadium. I mean, it is bad, brother. And we are talking about what used to be, like the Dolphins, NFL royalty, because we fell off that perch too. All right. All these clown head coaches and GMs that we've had the last 25 years destroyed everything that Shula built. We were one of the royalty franchises in the NFL, no longer. And the Washington Redskins were also one of the royalty franchises in the NFL, and no longer. Washington and Miami are no longer royalty. They are the dregs of the society. They have to earn their way back. But, I mean, as far as Miami's fallen, Washington's gone even farther with that owner. That dude is just disgusting at every level. And look how bad let me tell you, I'm not a Skins fan or anything like that, but I admired the Washington Redskins. Like you admire the Pittsburgh Steelers. You admire the franchises that do things right for a long time. That's stuff that you have to admire. And it happens in all kinds of sports. There are teams that they do things the right way overall. And then it also translates to success on the field too, or pitch or ice or whatever it is that they play in. And the Redskins were one of those franchises that, man, you had mad respect for decades because of Joe Gibbs. Just like for us, Don Shula. And once we lost those guys, and once the Washington Redskins also were owned by Dan Snyder, it has just gone down and down and down. And it is sad. It is. It's a sad thing when you see what was a great franchise get destroyed this way. I feel bad for the fan bases because this is why I'm so pissed at Bruce Beal and Stephen Ross, because yeah, you're the owners and you have money and all that stuff, but dude, you're also custodians. You're entrusted. I get it. It's a business. You want to make money and you want to print money, and God bless you, dude. You made it to this point in your life. You can buy a football team and you can enjoy the profits, but you have a responsibility to the community to uphold a standard, to represent with some kind of a standard. And a guy like Snyder has failed in every way, shape, and possible how to represent that community and that incredible fan base. And it's the same thing that's happened here with the Dolphins. Now, thank God, this guy isn't as bad as Snyder, but they've done stupid things that are unacceptable. And just gets to the point where if you're going to buy a team, I get it. You got to make money. God bless you, man. It's a business. I totally understand. But you do have a responsibility. You are representing a community. And you are representing people that actually care about the team. They invest their money. They invest their emotions. They're passionate. The life's blood of the Redskins has been sucked out by Snyder. There are fans that probably cannot root for the team anymore because of that guy. And it pains them. But they can't support a pig like that. You owe people a responsibility when you buy a team. And that guy never came. Look at it, man. People aren't going to see Redskins games. I never, ever. You tell me 30 years ago, oh, dude, let me tell you, in 30 years, the Redskins are going to be a total joke. Nobody's going to be going to their games. They're going to be tarping off everything. Nobody wants to see them at training camp. I would have told you, get the hell out of here, dude. Have you ever watched that fan base? They're fanatical about their team. That's how bad that guy is. That's how bad he is, that he has killed the emotion for that fan base for their team. And Stephen Ross and Bruce Beal, it gets to the point where you start sucking the life out of everybody. And when we lose a first and a third rounder as a fan base, that sucks the life out of you, man. I just wish these owners would understand that you have more than a responsibility of winning and making money. You owe it to your fan base, to your community to buy the team, but represent it the right way. That's your KSDT CPA Sports Business Report.
This has been the KSDT Sports Business Report. KSDT CPA is one of South Florida's largest and one of the country's fastest growing accounting firms. KSDT is recognized by Forbes as one of the top tax and accounting firms for 2022. KSDT CPA is a full service firm that also excels in crypto. Visit online at ksdtcpa.com or call 305-670-3370.
Frankie Fresco put Commanders or Panthers? No, it's that the Commanders are playing the Panthers. So what they were saying is that the game becomes that much more intriguing for fans because the Carolina Panthers have two quarterbacks battling for it. So you would want to buy the tickets even more, which is a joke. Like, Washington's unwatchable, and why would you want to watch Carolina? That's kind of the whole joke of it there. Eddie Lepp says, I used to live there. Tickets were tough to get. Sad. Yeah, no, there was a waiting list of decades to get tickets. Now, remember, when it was RFK, Eddie, back then it was only 55,000 seats. RFK was not a big stadium. RFK was in the era of the big stadiums. All right, the 70-plus stadiums, because we had it down here. It's funny how we had a stadium that was way too big for our market, right? The Orange Bowl was way too big for our market. It was so hard to sell out. You know what I mean? We're not New York. We don't have that kind of attendance and all that history and all that stuff. So it's hard. And then now they've kind of now taking out the corners of the new stadium. You took out about 15,000 seats. So it makes it way more manageable now for Miami. But yeah, that's tough. Nelson says, I'm not sold on the O-line. Bucks front seven was completely out, and they should have been more dominant against backups. 3 starters in there on the O-line. They also still did a pretty good job overall without Teron Armstead and Connor Williams, which would have helped them out too. Larnell Coleman, after giving up that sack, Nelson, actually did a pretty good job, man. He had that terrible sack early on, and then after that, he did all right. No one, Nelson, I don't think anyone has said they're convinced of the O-line. No one. Now, are there positives? Yeah. Austin Jackson has played better than he ever has so far. Larnell Coleman has done more in 1 week than he has his entire year plus that he's been on the roster. So we do have to say that there are some bright spots. But should you be sold? None of us should be sold. Nothing's proven yet. Okay? The other thing I will add is what I said on Saturday, and I'll say it again here. They were organized overall. It didn't look dysfunctional. It didn't look like they were making all kinds of mistakes constantly. They were out of place. Nowhere on offense, defense, special teams. There weren't a bunch of mistakes out there. So I got to give also the coaching staff for coaching a pretty clean game with a whole bunch of players that aren't necessarily your starters or even guys that are going to be on your team in 2 weeks. So I'm with you that, you're not sold. No one should be sold. But let's point out that there has been some progress, and that's what counts. So nobody expected a finished product right now. The finished product should happen sometime during the regular season, if there's one. When do they start making cuts? Tomorrow, 5 of them. 90 to 85. And then the next one is 53. So it's just one small cut here, and then that'll be tomorrow by 4:30. So you'll see them cut 5 people, and then they'll add one more, down the line when they've got to go all the way down to 53. They keep everybody else. RFK is still here near where I live. They didn't tear down RFK? Are you serious? What do they use it for? Because it costs money to maintain those things. A lot of money to maintain those things. What the hell? What happened to RFK? Somebody had to have purchased it, right? It just can't be some white elephant sitting there. They didn't implode RFK? Wow. I didn't know that. Okay. McDaniels on the sidelines looked the part, unlike Flo, who looked lost. The O-line will need attention well into the next season, but this season we'll see improvement with coaching alone. Let's hope so. Big O question for you. Your favorite one, I bet. 80s photo, Phoebe Cates or 80s Elizabeth Shue? What's your choice to have? Edge energy drink and Sports Grill wings. Ha ha, just for a laugh. Well, I am... From here up, give me Elizabeth Shue. From here down, give me Phoebe Cates. Is that cool? Okay. I think Elizabeth Shue is beautiful, man. Like, I think she is just astoundingly beautiful. Okay. I'm a big Elizabeth Shue fan. But Phoebe Cates is also not just gorgeous, but she had a great body too, on top of all of that. So I have to go Phoebe Cates whole package from here up. Love Elizabeth Shue. She is, man. QAM filing for bankruptcy. Yeah, Odyssey will file. I don't know if they filed it yet, but they're expected to file for bankruptcy. But I told you guys that over a year ago. That was, we give you predictions here. We'll tell you that a head coach is going to get fired in the middle of a winning streak. These are things that we do. What can I tell you? A year before he was hired, I said, you got to hire Chris Greer, fire Adam Gase and Mike Tenenbaum. And it happened. I don't know. I don't know what to tell you, bro. I can't explain it. I said they got to fire Dale Talon. They fired him. Nobody had the balls to say it. I said they got to trade Jonathan Huberdeau to go get a star. These are things you get on the show you just don't get anywhere else. Just saying, there's a track record. Is Elizabeth Shue still looks good for her age? Yes, she does. Yes, she does. English chick from Weird Science. It's Kelly LeBrock, dude. Yes, Kelly LeBrock is gorgeous. Back in those days. Yes. I work for a university near RFK. It's scheduled to be demolished in 2023. Wow. Why has it lasted so long? Were they playing football there or something? Did they have a UFL team there or something like that? Halle Berry's birthday was yesterday. A beautiful 56-year-old woman. Yeah, no, she is perfection, bro. The Lord, when they made Halle Berry, it was like that was strong, man. Strong. So, yep, I'm with you there. Oh, DC United played there, but they don't play there anymore. They haven't played there in years. So, but my point is, what the hell does that stadium do? Because they don't use it for anything. Unless you tell me that they're doing concerts there, or there's a minor league team or a university plays there or something. But it costs a lot of money to upkeep that stuff. So that's why I ask. It's just there, no activity. Wow. Okay. So it's just become one giant crack den? That's what you're telling me? Worst stadium I've ever been to is Jacksonville. Alltel, or whatever it's called now. It's not a bad stadium. I've been there. That's not a bad stadium. That's not fair. Brother, the Orange Bowl was bad. Compared to some of the other stadiums that I've been to in my lifetime, that one's not, it's not state of the art. I get it, but you're in Jacksonville, my brother. What more you want from that guy? Poor Shad Khan. I don't know why he made that purchase. I really don't. Doesn't make any sense whatsoever. What else do we have here? Oh, and congratulations to Inter Miami over New York City FC 3-2. Pozuelo with 2 goals. They've got the 7th spot in the playoffs, man. That's going to be pretty cool if they can earn. They have 8, 9 games left. Plenty of time to solidify that spot and maybe even climb. And they're now starting to all get healthy. And Eguavoen is playing like I never thought he could. Okay? And in one of the goal this weekend on the Lassiter goal, did you notice we had a guy that was bent over, like on the floor on the corner of the box? Like we're on offense and we're watching our boys try to score. And they were playing with 10 men or 9 because obviously the goalie's back there hanging out. But we had a guy, I forgot who the hell it was, but he was bent over, hurting, injured. And there's Lassiter ripping and scoring that goal. That was nice. That was good. Let me tell you, Inter Miami, they've been fun to watch all season. The young team now has been a lot of fun to watch. But now that they've added certain skill sets to this team, very cool. Very cool. Very cool. Chris Henderson, real GM taking over, man. I love it. I love it. All right, we are out of here. Let's thank, of course, Sean Stanley, the man that puts it all together, getting it done, the C-Man. Also, along for the ride, we thank Ira Winderman, Alan Poupard, and Marcel Louis-Jacques. We thank all of you for tuning in. We shall see you tomorrow. Same time, same place, same bat channel. Have a great one.
This is the Big O Show.